Just, it's on. Then you just hit it once all done.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be invited to evaluate your Suffolk Slick Shorn show this morning. I guess I need to stay away from that speaker. I think in this yearling ram class, we've got some good individuals. We've certainly got some differences and differences in types and kinds. The ram that I'm starting with, I think, is the most complete individual in the class. Very well balanced ram. Probably he's a little greener in his overall body condition, but when you get to analyzing this ram, he's really good when you put him in motion. Very complete and uniform in his lines. I like the style and the balance of the ram. Very complete individual. The second place ram probably is the heaviest muscled ram in the class. Big stout sheep. Probably for me, I'd like to shallow him up in his chest floor a little bit. Big powerful sheep though. Certainly the most dimension and total muscle from end to end. Real good individual and certainly stands in second pretty easily. The third place ram, very complete, real weather style ram. I like this ram a lot in his body style. Probably just like to give him a little more power and dimension to compete with the rams above him today. Fourth place ram, a big outlined ram that's a little straight on both ends for me. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, leading off this first class Oxford yearling bucks, I think the quality runs all the way down through these four really, really nice ones. And if this indication for what we're going to get to see today, really, really excited. Buck we're going to lead off with, he's just really the big, stout, powerful, square one. Really the big-footed buck, the sound free moving buck in class for sure. Really straight and true down that top line, probably shown in the shortest fleece of any, and gives you a really good look both when he stopped and when we put him in motion. The buck in second, super attractive from the side, really is cool through that front end and shoulder as any will find, and I really like that about him. Very free moving as well. Carrying a little more wool down that top line, probably just runs out of that just dimension and rib cage when we compare him to the one ahead of him, but one I think there's an awful lot of good in. We get into a buck in third, and when we get this guy stopped, I really, really like him. Where I run into troubles when we put him in motion, he really struggles and shortens up in that stride. We compare him to the two ahead of him. But one I think's got a whole lot of good breeding value. And the buck that rounds out the class, again, a very sound moving one that's very correct in his lines, very good in his skeleton, runs out of bone and power and just some size and extension when we compare him to the ones ahead of him, but an awfully good class of rams.
Get now ready in the rings for senior ram lambs. Results of the Suffolk class of slick-shorn yearling rams. First place goes to entry 5, McCulley 3068, Kyle McCulley Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 4, McCulley 3056, Kyle McCulley Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 2, Celia Dodd of Bonacqua, Tennessee. And 4 to entry number 3, Swinging T Ranch, Michael Tyrone, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Placing on the Oxford class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry number 4, 00 Acres, 14039, What a Deal. 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place to entry 1, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 14104, Kelly O'Brien, Bloomington, California. Third place to entry 3, Laura and Andy Meyer of Watertown, Wisconsin. And 4 to entry number 5, Jessica Reisdorf, Attica, New York.
It's on still. Okay. Well, we get in the Oxford Fall Ram class and just got a couple entries here, but we really got a nice one to lead off with. Very straight and true in his lines again, very attractive through that front end, very comfortable when we put him in motion, and a really nice ram to start with. We get to ram in second, and we compare him to one heavy. We get quite a bit frailer in our bone work, a little rougher down that top line. Maybe we'll get a little over in that front knee and get to pushing off that front knee, but an awfully nice pair of rams.
Placing on the class of Oxford Senior Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 6, Lobdell 1501, Lobdell Oxfords and Dorpers of Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry 7, Lobdell 1508, Caleb Vondenheuvel, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Well, as we get to the senior champion drive here in the Ram show, I think we've seen some exceptional individuals. Comes down senior champion, not going to take a lot of time. The 2 yearling bucks are going to be your senior champion in reserve and come out of a super deep class and a ton of quality in both those Rams, and pretty hard to split them up. They'll be senior in reserve.
For the Oxford show, our senior champion is the first place yearling ram, 00 Acres 14039. What a deal. 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. The reserve senior champion is entry number 1. Second place in that yearling class, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 14104. Kelly Lee O'Brien, Bloomington, California. Now ready for Oxford Early Junior Ram Lambs. Oxford Early Junior Ram Lambs.
In our class of full ram lambs, the Suffolk breed, I think we've got a real nice ram to start the class with. Real complete, heavy muscled ram. I really like the style and balance of this ram. He's a little bigger outlined ram than some of the rams down further in the class. When you get the ram in motion, I think he travels pretty good off both ends. Real hard muscled sheep. This ram has got a lot of natural thickness from end to end. Good complete individual to start the class with. Our second place ram, real smooth outlined ram, very balanced and complete from end to end. I like the way that this ram lays in his shoulder and his rib shape design a little better than the ram in third. Both these rams are similar in their body shape and type and kind. Third place ram, probably a little bigger outlined ram, maybe a little longer hind saddled. I just like to smooth him up through his shoulder and through his front end and maybe the angle of his shoulder. Fourth place ram, a little smaller designed ram, a little flatter in his muscle shape and probably not enough dimension to compete with the rams above him today.
For the Suffolks, we're now ready to show for Slickshorn Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. We'll need the first and second out of the yearling class and the Senior Ram Lamb class. placings on that Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk's. First place to entry number 9, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 1500. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second place to entry number 8, Macaulay 3206. Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolk's of at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry number 7, Kyle Macaulay at Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry number 6, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma.
First on this side.
Okay. I got youngest oldest.
Judging the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show today is Tucker Beckmeyer of Atwood, Illinois. Tucker is the district sales manager of Pfizer Seeds. They have a flock of 25 Southdown ewes currently, and he's raised Hampshires, Monadales, and Columbias. His wife Megan and sons Logan, Tanner, and Riker are also at the show, and they show pigs as well at the state and national level. Let's welcome Tucker Beckmeyer to your National Oxford Show this morning. And judging our Slickshorn Suffolks today is Jeff Neal of Tiffin, Ohio. Jeff is Vice President in charge of sales and marketing for Kalmbach Feeds Incorporated. He's a lifelong sheep breeder. He's raised Suffolks, Polled Dorsets, Southdowns, Hampshires, and currently they have a small flock of Hampshire sheep. Let's welcome Jeff Neal to your Suffolk Show this morning.
Move them back.
For our senior champion ram today, I'm going to use our yearling ram as the champion, our full ram lamb as the reserve. I think this is a relatively close placing in my mind. I like pieces of both these individuals. I think they're both real good, complete individuals. I probably like the overall structure of the yearling ram a little bit better, but two very good individuals. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
The Slickshorn Senior Champion Ram is entry number 5, first place yearling ram Macaulay 3068. Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolk's of at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to our Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb, entry number 9, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 1500. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois.
we get out here in this first spring ram lamb class, and I think the water gets pretty deep. I think there's a ton of quality in this class, really from top to bottom. And the one we're going to lead off with, is he the big sheep in class? Yeah, he probably is. What I really like about him, when we study him in his bone and footwork, we study him in his length of top, we put him in motion, he's the one that really excels the class, and a super nice place to start. Love the pattern and profile and build of the one standing in second. Don't think you can make one much cooler up through that front end or straighter and truer down that top line. Still a real big in that foot size as well. Gives up some length of body when we compare him to the one ahead of him. Probably wants to shorten up off both ends of his skeleton and his movement when we compare him to the ones ahead of him, but one that is awfully good, and think he's got a super bright future. Really like the length of body and extension found in the one in third. Probably giving up some just basic rib shape and bone and stoutness when we compare him to the two ahead of him, but one that, again, I think ought to be a really big buck, a really good and straight and true in his lines as well. The buck in fourth, maybe wanting to be a problem child out here for these young men trying to get him shown. One that's really big in that bone work, straight and true down that top line. Again, gets a little more uncoordinated off on the movement, maybe fighting the shower a bit more, but wants to get more up in that tail head and kind of fight and push those feet when he's going around the ring. We get to one in fourth, again, that just gets a little frailer in my mind. We need to stouten him up at the ground, and I think we could talk about moving him up quite a bit. Round out the class with one, again, that's very sound and functional. Gives up quite a bit of just look and extension and attractiveness compared to the ones ahead of him.
Now ready in the Oxford ring for late junior ram lambs. Results of the early junior ram lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry 13, Midwest 1506, Midwest Oxfords, John Shields, Van Buren, Indiana. Second to entry 9, Perzi 133, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry number 12, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 4 to entry 8, Daniels Oxfords, Forreston, Illinois. 5 to entry 14, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. And 6 to entry number 10, Caleb Vondenheuvel, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Again, if you Suffolk folks will see Amanda today in the show ring, you can vote for the 2016 North American Suffolk Show Open Judges.
In this Ram Lamb class, I think we've got some real differences, and when you really get to analyzing these rams, you have to really set priorities in your mind in terms of what you're after, and I like good, complete, three-dimensional sheep. The ram that I'm starting with, I think, is the best, most complete individual in the class. When he walked out here, he's very balanced, very smooth in his lines, really good on his feet and legs, just a very complete individual to start the class with. Not any big holes in this ram. I just really like him as an individual. Got a lot of style and balance. The second place ram, probably when you really analyze them in terms of body work, body structure, bone work, and overall body shape, is the most similar to that ram. Real smooth in his lines. Probably a little greener in terms of overall body condition, but a real good complete ram to be in second. Our third place ram's a big outlined ram. There's things that I like about this ram. He's very heavy structured. He's just a bit piecey for me. I'd like to give him a little bit more rack shape and smooth him out in his top line, but a real good ram, certainly with a lot of productivity and dimension. Our fourth place ram, a ram that's very smooth in his lines, but a ram that I'd like to change on his back legs and probably just stouten him up a little bit to compete with the rams above him. Our fifth place ram, a ram that's big in his outline, but I'd like to change in overall body structure and soundness, probably on both ends, to compete higher in the class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, we've only got 4 out here in this late Ram Lamb class, and that's probably a shame because the quality really is good all the way through, and there's a whole lot of good and a whole lot of value in all of these, and I think they're all capable of beating a lot of other sheep, and they just happen to be the 4 out here. Leading off with one that I guess he's my kind. He hits me really hard when he comes out here, really runs uphill, huge in that foot size, awesome in the handle, awesome when we put him in motion. Really like his type as well. Just a good place to start for me. Really, the big extended buck stands in second, and he again is straight and true in that top line. Maybe just gives up some Some cool factor, doesn't quite run up his hill as well, not quite as cool and square out of that hip, not quite as big in that hip, but one that's super attractive and got a really good one in him. The one in third's one for me that I love to look at. Man, when we want to talk about bone and foot size and making these sheep more rugged, I mean, I think he's a changer, instant generation, and you can do a lot of cool things with him. When we compare him to the ones ahead of him, we get a little shorter in our couple. We give up some extension, but really good in that rib shape, awesome through that hip, and I think that's just an awfully unique and an awfully interesting one. Round out the class with a buck in fourth that's as straight and true in his top line as any. Once again, really hits all 4 feet very, very square. Just gives up some dimension and some body. We'd like to pull him down in that flank, add some more rib cage, show him to move him up, but one that's really, really nice.
Again, now ready to show for a pair of ram lambs, and then we'll show junior champion. Placing on the class of late junior ram lambs for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry number 19, 00 Acres 1533, Sure 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second to entry 17, Rocky Hill 1505, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Third place to entry 21, Jerry Daniels, Agency, Missouri. And 4 to 22, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Now ready in the Oxford ring to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place to 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Again, now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion. We need first and second out of the early junior ram lamb class, first and second out of the late junior ram lamb class. placing on the class of early Slickshorn Junior Ram Lambs for the Suffolks. First place to entry 12, McCulley 3222. Kyle McCulley, McCulley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry number 16, Northern Oklahoma College 151 5050. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to entry 15, Kyle McCulley, McCulley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 11, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 5 to entry 17, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois.
We get out here for junior champion, and I think we could find a lot of similarities within these bucks, and really like that. We look across them. We're all very good and straight and true down our top line. Really good on those feet and legs. Breed type on these sheep for me suits me pretty well, and comes down to some small things for me. Today, our junior champion Ram's gonna be the late, and we're gonna come back to the early for reserve.
Our junior champion Oxford Ram goes to entry number 19, first in the late junior Ram Lamb class, 00 Acres, 15033, sure deal. 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. The reserve junior champion goes to entry 13, the first place animal in the early junior Ram Lamb class, Midwest, 1506, Midwest Oxford's John Shields, Van Buren, Indiana. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion Ram. Following that, we will do best headed Ram.
In this Ram Lamb class, got a couple of real nice individuals at the upper end of the class. The Ram I'm starting with, I really like. I like this Ram when he walked into the ring. Very complete, balanced Ram. Ram's got a huge rack. If you look at the muscle expression in the top of his shoulder, he's just really got a great roll to the front end of his loin. Tremendous power in this Ram. Very balanced, very complete. Really like him from end to end. Really good on his feet and legs. Just a very nice individual to start the class with. The Ram in second, real smooth, hard-muscled Ram. I like this Ram in a lot of ways. Probably where I'd like to change him maybe is just a little bit flatter in his rib shape. I'd like to change the Ram and maybe the set of his back legs. It got just a little bit more set when you put him in motion. But overall, this Ram is a very, very stylish individual, very clean in his lines, very hard-muscled. I really like the natural touch of this Ram. Very good individual and fits nicely in second. Our third place Ram, a big outlined Ram. A lot of natural thickness from end to end, probably not quite as heavy structured as the Rams above him, but a real good complete individual. Our fourth place Ram, similar in his body makeup, very heavy muscled Ram. When you put your hands on him, probably a little finer featured and a little finer structured compared to some of the Rams above him. Our fifth and sixth place Rams, Rams that just don't quite measure up in terms of overall quality and breed character to compete any higher in the class, but some real good individuals in the upper end of the class.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not one for big speeches, but it was honored when I got asked to judge the show. A breed that has always been pretty near and dear to my heart, one that I spent a lot of time around, and I think there's an awfully lot of good sheep in that breed. And when we get into the Champion Ram Drive and we can bring 4 individuals out like this, I mean, I think we're looking at 4 big-time stud bucks that can change somebody's program or carry one on to the next level. And there's one out here that, as I said, he hit me a little extra hard in class. I think he's near ideal to me in the way that I'd want to build him if I was out here doing it. Your junior champion will be your champion. We're going to come back to the senior for your reserve.
Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 19, which was 00 Acres, 15033. Sure deal, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. That was our first place out of the late junior Ram Lamb class. The reserve grand champion was entry number 4. Entry number 4 was from the yearling Ram class. Our senior champion, 00 Acres, 14039. What a deal. 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Now ready for best headed Ram. Best headed Ram to the ring, please. placing on the late class of Slickshorn Junior Ram Lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry number 23, McLaughlin Griffin 1544. Kyle McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 21, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 1523. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Ethan Smith, Windsor, Illinois. Third to 19, Kyle McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 18, Russell Sheep Company, Eaton, Indiana. 5 to entry 24, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 6 to 22, Rex Quam, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs for the Suffolk's first place. First place went to Kyle McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. And third to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
In this Ram Lamb selection for champion and reserve champion Ram Lamb, I think we've got 4 nice individuals out here. They're real good, complete rams, very well balanced, and they're good on their feet and legs. There's 2 rams that in my mind stand out and are more the kind of sheep that I'm after. I really like our early ram, or our late Ram Lamb. I'm going to use him for our champion ram, and the reserve will be our early Ram Lamb.
Now ready to show Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Slickshorn Ram for the Suffolks. Our Junior Champion Slickshorn Ram went to entry 23 out of the late Slickshorn Junior Ram Lamb class. McLaughlin Griffin 1544. Kyle McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to entry 12, first in the early Slickshorn Ram Lamb class. McCauley 3222. Kyle McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania.
4 good individuals out here showing for Grand and Reserve Champion Ram. For our Champion Ram, I'm going to use the late Ram Lamb. Really a nice individual, very complete, very balanced, very high quality. A lot of things I like about this ram. To follow up for Reserve Champion Ram, I'm going to use the Yearling Ram. 2 very nice individuals. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For our Slickshorn Suffolks, entry number 23 was our champion, our junior champion, out of the late Slickshorn Junior Ram Lamb class, McLaughlin Griffin, 1544, Kyle McCulley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion went to entry number 5, the Slickshorn Yearling Ram, our senior champion ram, McCulley 3068, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Class 1 Yearling Ewes. Class 1 Slickshorn Yearling Ewes to the ring. And for the Oxfords, we're ready for fitted Yearling Ewes into the ring, please.
Wow, we get out here in these fitted yearling ewes, and the quality is really, really good top to bottom. And you know, when you can't try to figure out the bottom place you're going to start and draw, you know it's going to be a good class. And we put them in motion, and it's just a really good set of females. We're going to lead on with the one that, to me, just all the pieces fit together in the right places. One I think is really, really a lead up through her front end, really good in that rib cage still. Is sound on the travel as any we have in class. Really love that about her, and just going to be a nice place to start for me. The ewe in second, maybe the one of the more intriguing ewes in class. By far the big top, big hipped ewe in class. Love that about her. Really good in her build, no skeletal quality from the side, and I like that about her. Gets a little shorter coupled when we compare to the one ahead of her, but we put that much mass and power in one. That's going to happen at times. The ewe in third, that's just kind of the logical spot for this one to fit in this class for me. Super complete. Don't know that I'd change this ewe too much. Gives up a little flash when we compare to the two ahead of her, but one that's really straight and true down that top line. Good on those feet and legs again. Awfully high-quality Oxford female. The ewe in fourth, really the big-centered, big-bodied, broody one in class, and I love that about her. We put this one in motion. She gets a little more uncoordinated off that hind foot. Maybe gets a little more, just doesn't tie that hip loin together quite as nice when we put her in motion, but again, a big stout, big-bodied one that we sure like when they get her put together like that. We get down to the ewe in fifth, and again, when they get her presented, love this one from the side. We put this one in motion. She really wants to pull those back feet up underneath her. Just doesn't travel around the ring well enough for me, but top to bottom, incredible set of females. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Sir, thank you.
In this Suffolk yearling ewe class, we've got it. When you stand back and analyze them, there's a lot of different types and kinds out here, and basically what I tried to do was try to find the sheep that I could use in the upper end of the class that followed the type and kind of the individuals that I'm looking for, and then work my way from there. The ewe that I'm starting with is a real exceptional individual, very complete, very balanced, really an ideal individual to start the class with. Pretty fault-free ewe with a lot of show ring presence and class. Very nice ewe to start with. The ewe that's next in class, probably the ewe that's most similar to her in terms of overall body style and kind. A real complete balanced ewe, maybe a little more up-headed, a little longer neck, more extended ewe. This ewe gives up a little bit in terms of hip shape and squareness to the ewe above her, but a very nice individual. Our third place ewe, a ewe that when you stand back and look at her, you really have to admire this ewe. Very complete, very balanced. She's out on her corners. Really looks like the kind of ewe that would be a really nice brood ewe, very balanced. Pretty fault-free when you start to analyze this ewe. The ewe that's next to it, behind her, a real good long-bodied, smooth-made, thick ewe. I'd like to change this ewe off her back legs. She's a little easier on her back pasterns, and she wants to roll her hocks a little bit, but a very well-made ewe. If you look at the rib shape and overall body conformation, a real well-made ewe. Our fifth place ewe, a ewe that you have to admire in terms of her skeletal outline, but you certainly like to change her and just blow her apart and give her more natural dimension and muscle and capacity all the way through. Had some nice individuals in the class. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause.
Placing on the Oxford class of fitted yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 28, 00 Acres, 14032, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second to 32, Nichols, 1421, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to 23, Jerry Daniels, Agency, Missouri. 4 to 27, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 5 to entry 24, Claire Burnett, Salt Point, New York. 6 to 25, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 7th place to 33, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 8th place to entry number 29, Kelly Lee O'Brien, Bloomington, California. And 9th to 31, Laura and Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Placing on the first class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 31, Macaulay 2974, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 46, Macaulay 3174, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks. Third place to entry number 35, Swingin' T Ranch, Michael Terone, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 30, JP Genetics, Bridgeville, Delaware. Fifth to entry 39, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth place to 33, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. Seventh place to entry 41, Celia Dodd. 8 to entry number 28, Rex Quam, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 43, Terry Wren, Pigeon, Michigan. 10 to 42, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. And 11 to 45, Lily Ty Landon and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa.
Well, really a nice class of slicked off ewes here, and we've got some different types and kinds out here, but we've got a ton of quality from top to bottom. We're going to lead off with really the big top, big hipped one in class, the one that's super good in her forerib, great in her lines when they get her put together. You get around behind when she certainly doesn't disappoint you, a lot of power. The ewe that closely follows her in class is in second, and this one's really, really stout as well. This one is a little bigger in her kind, and I like that about her. Just gives some of that up that touch and some of the power and muscle and just natural dimension we possibly find in the first ewe, but one that I think is awfully good. The ewe in third closely resembles the one in second, probably just a little rougher in her lines and certainly not as comfortable when we put this one in motion. We've got one here in four that's super attractive on the side and really everything fits together right. Gets a little frailer when we compare her to the ones ahead of her, wants to flatten out when we get around behind her. Same can be said about the ewe in fifth. Again, a big attractive ewe from the side. Just gives up the muscle and power we find in the ones above her.
Placing on the slick sheared yearling ewe class for the Oxford Show, first to entry 36, Double A, 1405, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 38, Nichols, 1415, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Third to entry 35, Tim Roberts. Fourth to entry 39, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to entry 37, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Again, we're now ready for pair of yearling ewes for the Oxford Show, please.
And this yearling U class falls together pretty easily in my mind. Real nice individual to start the class with. Just a super powerful ewe to start the class with. Really elevated in her front end. Her chest floor goes right up into her. Very hard and muscled. I really like the natural shape of this ewe. Very high quality individual. Out on the corners, very complete, very stylish. Great ewe to start the class with. Second place ewe, probably the ewe that's the most similar to her. Really good in her body shape. A lot of natural thickness and dimension down her top and through her hip. Both these ewes are real square hipped, and I really like them. Third place ewe, ewe that kind of just falls into third place, a ewe that doesn't have quite the power in the outline as the ewes above her, but a real complete ewe. You certainly have to like her for her overall body length. A real showl in her chest floor, round in her rib. I like the body shape of this ewe. I just like to give her more power and more style to compete with the ewes above her. Our fourth place ewe, a little finer featured ewe, very hard muscled ewe. I like the natural thickness and expression out through her hip. A lot of dimension and squareness in this ewe. Probably just like to stouten her up in terms of overall bone work and natural structure to compete with the ewes above her. Fifth place ewe, kind of the same deal. A little narrower in her design, real smooth in her lines. Just like to give her a little more power to compete with the ewes above her.
Placing on the second class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Suffolks. First went to entry 26, Phantom Hills 1412, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second to entry 36, Macaulay 3036, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 29, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 48, Russell Sheep Company, Eaton, Indiana. And 5 to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Oxford Show. First place goes to Double O Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place to Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. And third place to Ty Miller of Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs, please.
Another nice class of yearling ewes out here. The ewe that I'm starting with, real complete, very well balanced ewe with a lot of natural thickness from end to end. A ewe that's certainly out on her corners. You put her in motion in the ring, she's very fluid and really travels around the ring nice. Just a very good ewe to start the class with. Second place ewe, probably the ewe that's the most similar to her of any ewe in the class. Real stout, real broody ewe, a lot of natural dimension from end to end, real square made ewe. Both these ewes are very nice individuals. The ewe in second, probably not as smooth in her top line and as angular as the ewe ahead of her, but a very good ewe in second. Our third place ewe is a ewe that you have to admire in a lot of ways because of her elevation in her front end and the way she's designed. She's a real heavy structured ewe. I like the bone work of this ewe. I think she excels in that department over our fourth place ewe. A ewe that I'd probably like to give a little more muscle shape overall. She's certainly a big framed ewe, but you'd like to give her the dimension and power that those two ewes have above her. The fourth place ewe is a real hard muscled ewe with a lot of natural body shape. She's got a lot of muscle shape. She's just a ewe that I'd like to stouten up in terms of overall bone work, but I really like the natural body and conformation of this ewe. Four nice individuals in this class.
We get out here for the fall ewe lambs, and again, just 4 individuals. Quality in this class, again, top to bottom, is really, really good. Just some small variations we sort through. The one we're going to lead off with, I read her as the complete one, that it's just the pieces in the right place from front to rear. One of the sounder traveling ones in class. Really like her breed character as well when we get in this class, and just a nice place to start. Again, we get into one in second, the super straight and true down that top line. Certainly the youthful ewe lamb in class. She reads that way. She mouths that way as well. Think she's got a whole lot of good in her. Gets a little more uncoordinated when we put her in motion, but again, she's growing. Think she's going to turn into an awfully nice yearling ewe. Really the big-bodied ewe in class stands in third. This one's super straight down her top line as well. Again, we get a little more uncoordinated off that hind foot. Probably getting a little darker than I'd like to see, but an awfully nice one that's going to be a big stout one for them when they go home. Round out the top 4 with, again, one that is probably the most extended and most elevated in class. Like that about her. Again, super straight down that top line. Gets a little frailer at the ground for me, certainly a little darker in that color, but one with an awful lot of value.
For our Oxford show, now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. For the Suffolks in our third and final class of slick-shorn yearling ewes, results are: first, entry 32, Phantom Hills 1409, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second to entry 47, Macaulay 3183, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to 38, Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay Suffolks. And 4 to entry 52, Russell Sheep Company, Eaton, Indiana. For the senior ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place went to entry 42, Lobdell 1506, Caleb Vondenheuvel, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Second to entry 83, Winning Ways 1573, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third to entry 40, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa, and 4 to 41, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. For the Suffolks, the pair of yearling U class, first place went to Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second place to Kyle McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to Russell Sheep Company of Eaton, Indiana. And fourth to Celia Dodd of Bonacqua, Tennessee.
Well, really a good set of females out here for senior champion drive. And you know, again, we can look at them. We've talked about all of them in class. A lot of similarities. You know, the two slick U's fit together and look really, really good out here. It's always good to see when a breed can put together some big fitted ones as well as some slick ones that are fun to look at. And I think the Oxford breed does that really, really well. With that being said, we're going to keep this pretty basic, and the tough class of the day, the one that I really struggled to sort through, I guess, and took me a little longer to do it, that was the fitted yearling ewes. We're going to go ahead and stay with those two. Those will be your senior champion reserve.
For the Oxfords, our senior champion went to entry number 28, the fitted yearling ewe, 00 acres, 14032, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. The reserve senior champion goes to entry 32, second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Nichols, 1421, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now ready for fitted January ewe lambs.
Nice class of fall ewe lambs. I think we've got some real differences in terms of overall conformation and structure in this class, and so I tried to prioritize in my own mind what I wanted to put as the ideal. The ewe that I'm starting with, I think, is the closest. This ewe is very well balanced. She's real complete. She's good in her line. She's out on her corners. She travels good. I like the squareness and dimension of hip in this ewe. I think she's, if you analyze these two ewes, there's good pieces in both the top two. This ewe is a little shallow on her chest floor. Her chest floor comes right up in, very balanced and three-dimensional when you analyze her. Just a real good, complete individual to start the class with. The second place ewe is a big, powerful ewe, a lot of natural thickness from end to end. Probably would like to shallow her up in terms of her depth of chest. And I'd like to change her in the way her rump structure is made. I'd like to raise her dock set and make her a little square right at the top of her hip, but a real good individual in her own right. Third place ewe, a real interesting ewe, a ewe that I really admire for her overall completeness. Very good in her lines. She's very angular in her front end, very feminine. A ewe that I'd like to just stouten up all the way around. I'd just like to just stouten her up in her bone work, but a very complete, stylish female. Our fourth place ewe, a ewe that I like in terms of her overall breed character, a real stylish ewe. She's real up-fronted. She's a little shorter-sided ewe when you put her on the side, and when you put her in the motion, she's a little steeper-hipped, a little shorter hipped. I'd like to change the set of her back legs. Our fifth place ewe, a big frame, big outline ewe, probably a little not quite as smooth in her overall makeup and overall natural thickness. Then we get into a ewe that's a little smaller, pattern ewe, very thick, but I'd like to change her in her the way that ewe travels when you put her in motion around the ring. Our last place ewe is a bigger framed ewe. I'd like to just tighten up her overall pattern and make her a little completer to compete with the ewes in the upper end of the class. But some very good individuals in the upper end.
Now ready on the Suffolk ring to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. We need the first and second from the three classes of yearling ewes, and first and second from that senior ewe lamb class. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first to entry number 55, McCulley, 3202, Kyle McCulley, Suffolk of At Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 53, Phantom Hills, 1501, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Third to entry 63, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 58, Kyle McCulley, Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 56, Kyle McCulley, Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6 to 59, Auville, Suffolk, Mount Sidney, Virginia. And 7 to entry 57, Rex Quam, Arcadia, Wisconsin.
Again, a really fun class, Oxford ewe lambs to sort through, and we got some different ones here in the top 5. We got a ton of quality from top to bottom. We'll talk about the way I see them today. Leading off with the one that she is the complete fault-free one in class. She's the sound-moving one. She's the long-topped one that handles really good when you put your hands on her, really good in her type as well, and kind of the fault-free place to start for me. The one in second, a good sound-moving one as well. Maybe we like just stretch her out a notch from flank to flank. We compare her to the one that leads off the class. One I think's got a super bright future and awfully nice female. The ewe in third, again, very attractive from the side. You put your hands on her, maybe isn't quite as much sheep there as the 2 ahead of her, but one that I really like and think she's got an awfully bright future as well. Ewes in fourth and fifth, I guess, are kind of the problem child for me in this class. When we're stuck and we're set, I think it's pretty easy to grab these and run them 1-2. We put these 2 in motions where we run into some differences. The one we've got in fourth, she wants to shorten up off that hind foot a little bit, gets a little dark for me as well, but one I think is going to be an awfully nice yearling ewe. And the one in fifth, again, we put her in motion. She wants to get up underneath her, kind of her dump that hip, and gets a little frail for me today. Awfully nice class of ewe lambs.
Now ready for Oxford Slick Shorn January ewe lambs, placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class. First to 43, AA 1502, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry 84, Winning Ways 15629, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. Third to 46, Jessica Reisdorf, Attica, New York. Fourth place to 49, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 5 to 47, 00 Acres. 6 to entry 45, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. 7 to 44, Claire Burnett, Salt Point, New York. And 8th place to 48, Caleb Vondenheuvel, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
In our show for senior champion, I think we've got 8 very nice ewes out here. There's some differences in terms of body style, but in terms of conformation and structural correctness, I think these ewes are pretty uniform. When I stand back and look at them, I'm pleased with the group that we've got out here. I think there's 3 or 4 individuals that really stand out in my mind. I think there's a couple individuals that are very exceptional. At this time, I'll go out and congratulate the Grand and Reserve. But I think these are a very, very nice set of females to represent the Slick Shorn Suffolk breed.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks.
On the Suffolk ring, our senior champion went to entry number 26, Phantom Hills, 1412, class winner out of class 2 of the slick sheared yearling ewes, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. The reserve senior champion, slick sheared ewe, is entry number 32 out of our 3rd class of slick shorn yearling ewes, also Phantom Hills, 1409, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois.
Well, we get out here in this slick ewe lamb class, and we've got one that sorts herself to the top pretty quickly for me. You start evaluating just muscle and power. Easily a nice class winner here. Awfully nice female. The ewe in second's the one I suppose it's really the complete one in class that has enough power to her, gives you a really good look from the side as well. I think this one's really, really nice. Round out the class one in third. I think that she's going to grow into a really nice yearling ewe. I think we put wool on this one. She probably gives you a pretty nice look. Get her out here. She gets a little rougher down that top line, a little more off in her hip. Gives up some muscle and some just muscle and power, but an awfully nice female.
Placing on the Oxford January slick sheared ewe lamb class, first to entry 51, AA 15017, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry number 50, Daniels 890, Daniels Oxfords of Forreston, Illinois. And third to 52, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Now ready for Oxford fitted February ewe lambs.
Well, again, I apologize. This one took me a little bit to work through. I would say that the class of yearling ewes down here next year is going to be an awfully lot of fun based on what we see out here. We got 5 outstanding individuals. We worked down through the line. They're great ewe lambs all the way, top to bottom. Some awesome pieces out here, certainly some awesome sheep, and we'll just talk about what I see. We're going to lead off with one up here that is really, really elite in her build. She runs uphill. She's really good on those feet and legs. She's awesome through that front end, straight as a string down that top. Where she needs to be from a maturity standpoint, I think, to go on and really be a monstrous yearling ewe next year. Really good in that rib shape as well. Just think that one's really, really nice. The ewe lamb in second wants to fight the ladies there on the show a little harder to get the same kind of look at we're getting on the look up top. Probably not quite as tall shouldered as the one up front. Doesn't run up as hill quite as much. Do like her type just a touch better. Think that one's going to make a whale of a yearling ewe as well. Ewe lamb in third. Here's really the one when you get off the side of them and you just say, all right, we're going to look at them at the ground. We're going to look at the rib shape. We're going to look at their movement. I think this one's really elite in those places. Really love this one about her. Really the big hip, good handling ewe in class. Probably giving up some mature size to the other two as we try to forecast these on. But one I think is awfully really, really good. The ewe in fourth really closely follows that ewe in third. Again, super structurally correct, really good in that overall build, probably giving up some mature size and just extension and pretty compared to the ones ahead of her, but one that's exceptional in her own right. And the ewe in fifth, again, kind of ties into those two ahead of her. One that's straight and true as a string down that top line. Really, really good in that handle. Probably just giving up some mass and some power compared to the ones ahead of her, maybe some size as well, but one that when you walk back to the pen and evaluate that one, it's sure hard to find anything wrong with that one. Great set of females down the way, guys.
Placing on the Oxford fitted February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 63, 00 acres 15026, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. Second to entry 64, AA 1536, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to 53, Ty Miller. Fourth to entry 85, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 5 to 61, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to entry 60, Daniels, Oxfords, Forreston, Illinois. 7 to entry number 86, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 8 to entry 55, Zeke Isaacson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 9 to 56, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. And 10 to 54, Laura and Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin.
In this class of ewe lambs, it was really a challenging class. There's a lot of differences when you stand back and analyze them. I'm sure that all of you can see that differences in types and kinds. There was a few individuals that I really like that are the kind of sheep that I like and I try to raise. And when I saw this ewe lamb walk in the ring, I absolutely love her. This ewe just lights out. This is the kind of sheep I'm after. She's very complete, very well balanced. If you look at this ewe from end to end, she's just super high quality. Great ewe to start the class with. Very hard ewe to foal. She's just a very elite individual. Ewe in second, probably body shape and body structure wise is the most similar. I probably like to, if I was going to change her, I probably would like to extend her a little bit up through her front end and just give her a little bit more up and out look for me, but a very, very nice ewe in her own right, very square made, big topped ewe. Love her hip shape and love her dimension, most similar to the first place ewe there. Our third place ewe is a ewe that, as I walked around the ring, that really grows on you. This ewe is very well made. She's good on her feet and legs. She's very square. I like her hip dimension. I like her power all the way up through her body cavity. She's real round ribbed, a ewe with a lot of broodiness. Our fourth place ewe, a ewe that I admire for her thickness and her stoutness and squareness, a ewe that's probably just a little bit bolder in her front end for me, but a ewe that's got a lot of natural thickness from end to end. Our fifth place ewe, a ewe that's beautiful in her pattern. You really admire this ewe in terms of her skeletal outline. Her body shape and the way she's made is just a little bit different than what I'm looking for. But in these ewes in the top 10 of this class, they're all very high quality individuals. I think it's just a matter of genetic priority and a breeding priority as to how you want to place them. But I think some real good individuals in their own right. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now ready for Suffolk. March and later born slick-shorn ewe lambs to the ring. No, pardon me, February slick-shorn ewe lambs. February slick-shorn ewe lambs for the Suffolks to the ring, please. Placing on the January class of ewe lambs. First place to entry 68, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 76, G.G. Friesian, 1525, Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. Third place to entry 81, Russell Sheep Company, Eaton, Indiana. Fourth place to 77, Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. 5 to entry 89, Kyle McCulley, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to entry number 78, Kyle McCulley, Suffolk. 7 to entry 83, Wyford, Suffolk, Pat and Sam Wyford, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 8 to 82, Wyford, Suffolk, Sam and Pat Wyford. 9 to 86, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 10 to entry 79, Will Wyford, Powell, Ohio.
Well, if we're looking for a powerful one, this ewe lamb that leads off does so really, really handily. She's really opened up in that forerib, huge in that rack, big in that hip, and got a great Oxford head about her up to boot. The one in second and third, these two ewe lambs are a little more similar, where I think they separate. The ewe in second is just a little more collected and a little more right down that top line, probably a little cooler in that hip shape, but a pair that's very, very similar. Really, the big ewe stands here in fourth, and I really like this one. She's very good in her lines, very good through that front end, probably giving up some muscle shape and some touch compared to the ones ahead of them, but a really nice female. Round out the class with a real attractive ewe down here in fifth. Very good and straight in her lines, very cool through that front end. Just gives up quite a bit of bone and substance and muscle when we relate her to the ones ahead of them.
Now ready for Oxford fitted March and later born ewe lambs, placing on the February slick-shorn ewe lamb class for the Oxfords. First to entry 65, AA 1519, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 66, AA 1523, Ty Miller. Third place to 69, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. 4 to 68, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. And 5th to 67, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma.
Well, again, Oxford Breeders brought a phenomenal set of females out, and it's tough these classes. You get them on the side, and you got to figure out who stands last, who stands next to last, who goes fifth, and there's just that much quality all the way through that even those are hard decisions to make. We get up here on top, and I think we've got 2 or 3 females that once again kind of sort themselves for the way I like them. We've got one that's leading off the class that I see her as really the combination complete one in class. She's the big-footed one. She's the one that's really good in her rib shape, really good in that breed type. Again, very awesome to the touch. You put your hands on her, she's everything you think she should be. Think she'll make a whale of a yearling ewe. Again, maybe the bigger yearling ewe of the 2 stands in second. This one is really elite through her front end, just perfect the way that neck sets up on top of that shoulder. Very straight and true down that top line as well. Really, really good ewe. Maybe gives up some just depth and mass, but at this stage, that's probably okay. Think this one's going to be really, really good. The ewe in third closely follows the first 2. Again, very straight and true in her lines. Really like that type, really a little lighter color. Like that about her. Probably just runs out of some skeletal size. Definitely the higher conditioned one here in the top 5. Pushing quite a bit more over that rib. Kind of question how much future she's got compared to the one standing around her. The ewe in fourth, probably going to be the big ewe in class next year if we bring him out here. Gets a little more uncoordinated out of that hip. Doesn't handle those hind feet quite as well as I'd like to see. But I'm sure as she matures, she's going to make a whale of a ewe. And the ewe that rounds out the top 5. Again, really straight and true down that top line. Good looking one. Probably gives up some length and extension compared to the ones ahead of him, but an awfully good class of females.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready for Slickshorn March and later born ewe lambs. Slickshorn March and later born ewe lambs, please.
In this class of Suffolk ewe lambs, I think we've got 5 nice individuals up in the top end of the class. You know, there's a lot of differences in here, and again, you got to hone in on, for me, hone in on the kind of sheep that I really like. The ewe that I'm starting the class with, I think, is the most complete, most balanced ewe in the class. Super heavy muscled ewe. I like her shallowness, and I like how she comes up in her chest floor. Great rib shape in this ewe. Just a tremendously powerful ewe. For as much muscle as this ewe has, you watch her move around the ring, and she's really fluid. She really walks nice, great on her feet and legs. Yeah, there's things that you'd like to change about her. I'd like to probably make her come up out of her neck, right up out of the top of her shoulders. She gets a little bit lazy sometimes when she's showing, and ideally I'd like to have her just be a little bit more angular, a little smoother up through her front end, but that's really nitpicking. This is a awfully nice ewe. The ewe in second, certainly the most similar ewe to her in the class. These ewes, in my mind, are standouts in terms of the kind of Suffolks that I'm looking for. This ewe I really like in her front end. I like her neck set, and I like the angle of her shoulder, the way she comes up and out of her shoulder. Probably not the total dimension of muscle from end to end, but very similar. Just a real complete, very high quality ewe in second place. Our third place ewe is a ewe that's an interesting ewe. When you study this ewe and you really watch this ewe, for me, the longer I watched this ewe and analyzed her, the more I liked her. This ewe is very complete and very balanced, probably very angular and very feminine. She's a little different body style than the ewes that I used in first and second, but she's very high quality in her own right. I'd probably like to give this ewe a tick more dimension from end to end, and a little bit more muscle shape to compete with the ewes above her, but a very good ewe in her own right. The third and fourth place ewes are ewes that in my mind are very similar. They're big outline ewes. They're very broody. They're real correct. They're just a little bit different body style. The fourth place ewe, probably a little more complete individual, very feminine and really attractive when you look at her on a side view. Not quite the muscle shape and dimension and power of the ewes above her. Fifth place ewe, I'd like to change this ewe up in her rib shape and her rack shape, but a very good ewe. When you get back in this ewe's hind saddle, she's really square and a very long hind saddled ewe that I like the dimension of. But 5 very good individuals up here in the top end. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Placing on the Oxford March and later born fitted Ewe Lamb class, first place to 74, Double A 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 73, Double O Acres 15039, Double O Acres, West Union, Iowa. Third to 72, Jessica Reisdorf, Attica, New York. 4 to 71, Double O Acres, West Union, Iowa. 5 to 70, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6th place to 76, Zeke Isaacson, Burlington, Wisconsin. And 7 to entry 75, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Placing on the February Slick Shorn class for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry 96, Slack 5403, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry number 101, Mill Sid Farm 1512, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Third place to 98, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 100, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 91, Kyle McCulley. 6 to 93, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 7 to 97, Auville, Suffolk, Mount Sidney, Virginia. 8 to 92, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 9 to 94, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. And 10 to 95, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois.
Well, really good class of Slick Ewe Lambs again. Going to lead off with one that really ties it all right together. Awesome through that front end. As bigger act as any we've grabbed a hold of today. Really good through that handle. Big old hip enter, nice place to start. The Ewe in second, super attractive from the side and from just a skeletal build. Really probably excels just about as a lead up through that front end. Good down that top line, good moving one. If we could just put a little more power, we get right around behind her, I think she could probably move up. The Ewe in third, maybe one of the better touching ones in class. Where this one runs into trouble is when we start studying through her chest, floor, and her neck, just carrying too much weight up through that front end. Like to redesign that shoulder a touch, and I think we could move her up. The Ewe in fourth, again, a big attractive one out here, probably giving up quite a bit of power we compare to the ones ahead of them. We're going to round out with the Ewe that just gives up some performance and some bone and some mass compared to her contemporaries.
Placing on the class of March and later born slick sheared ewe lambs for the Oxford Show. First to entry 81, Roberts Farms. 1415, Tim Roberts of Washington, Oklahoma. Second to 82, Nichols. 1538, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to 78, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 80, Double O Acres, West Union, Iowa. And 5 to 79, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma.
In this class, we've got a ewe lamb that we can start with. I think she follows the type of the sheep that I've been using all day. She's a real complete ewe. Probably, if I was to change this ewe, I'd probably like to stretch her out a little bit. She's a ewe that I'd like to make a little bit longer in terms of her overall body length, but a real complete, real square-made ewe, and I like the way that this ewe sets right up on her pasterns. She's very stout in her bone work and just a good complete individual to start with. I think the ewe that's closest to her in terms of overall dimension and muscle is the ewe in second. Ewe that's certainly a lot bigger in her outline, a little bit different in her body style. The second and third ewes are probably a lot more similar in terms of their type and kind. Both ewes are very good in their own right. Just a little difference in terms of personal priority. The ewe in third, I'd like to probably give a little bit more hip dimension and hip squareness and outer leg to compete with the ewe two ewes above her. We get into from there, we run into a ewe that I'd like to stouten up and give more broodiness to all the way through, but a good complete ewe, and then a couple ewes I just like to change an overall structure.
Now ready to show pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolk show, pair ewe lambs. Placing on the March and later born slick-shorn ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 108, Phantom Hills 1524. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second to 103, McCully 3426. Kyle McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to 104, Kyle McCully Suffolks. Fourth place to entry 110, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fifth to entry 109, Josh Miller, Scolari, New York. And sixth to entry 112, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. For the Oxfords, we're now showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Over on the Suffolk ring, we're doing pair of slick-shorn ewe lambs. Your next class will be slick-shorn Junior Champion and Reserve. For the Oxford pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to Jessica Reisdorf, Attica, New York. 5, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. 6, Zeke Isaacson, Burlington, Wisconsin. And 7 to Caleb Vondenheuvel, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Well, we're certainly not going to go back and break these down animal by animal, class by class. A phenomenal set of young females here. And, future of the Oxford breed looks really, really good when you can put a set of ewe lambs together that look like this. I think there are some similarities, some structural integrity and quality through all of these. I think there's a couple out here that separate themselves from the others, but we'll go select those at this time.
For the Oxfords now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Our junior champion went to entry 63, first in the February ewe lamb class, 00 acres, 15026, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. The Reserve Junior Champion went to entry 74, first in the fitted March and later ewe lambs, AA 1538, Ty Miller of Huntington, Indiana.
I told him to do that. It'd be easier than him.
For the pair of ewe lambs for the slick-sheared show for the Suffolks, first place goes to Jordan Leininger, Piercetown, Indiana. Second, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Third place to Kyle McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to Russell Sheep Company of Eaton, Indiana. 5 to Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. 6 Sixth place to Jennifer Vollmer of Oxford, Ohio. 8 to Auville Suffolks of Mount Sidney, Virginia.
Well, in this show for junior champion out here, I think we've got some very, very nice females, very high quality. When you analyze these ewes, they're used with a lot of muscularity, but they also combine it with femininity and style and balance. I think we've got a couple individuals out here that really struck me hard when I saw them come out in class. They're really very high quality sheep. They're very balanced, but yet at the same time, they're high quality, high capacity sheep with a lot of natural thickness from end to end. At this time, I'll select our Grand and Reserve.
Wow, what a set of females. Awesome female show. Again, I honored that you guys threw my hat in and asked me to sort the sheep for you today. I hope if we look across the group, we can find some similarities. Just an outstanding set of females. The buck show was really, really good. I expected the female show to exceed that, and it certainly did. It lived up to everything it's done in the past and possibly more. 4 phenomenal females out here. We'll select your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Oxford U for the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show is entry number 63, our junior champion. 63 came out of the February fitted ewe lamb class, 00 acres, 15026, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. The reserve was our reserve junior champion, entry number 74. 74 came from the fitted March and later ewe lamb class, AA, 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for best headed ewe. Oxford, best headed ewe, please.
Well, this has been a great female show in the Suffolk breed. When you stand back and analyze these ewes, they're very similar in many ways. The yearling ewes are big, powerful, complete ewes. You know, obviously they're there. You can tell what these females are. They're the finished product. And then you've got two very elite ewe lambs in the junior champion, junior reserve. I think in my mind, it boils down to, from an ideal standpoint, what I'm looking for the type of sheep that I prefer for the Suffolk breed. Today, I'm going to use the two ewe lambs. I think these two ewe lambs are very, very elite individuals, very high quality, not taking anything away from the yearling ewes. They're good, big, complete females. I think all four of these individuals are outstanding individuals in their own right. Let's give them a super round of applause.
Grand Champion U for the Slickshorn portion of our Suffolk show goes to entry 68, which was our junior champion. 68 came out of our January class, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger of Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve grand champion goes to entry 96. 96 was also out of our junior portion. 96 was our February Slickshorn. Slack 5403, also Jordan Leininger of Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready to show flock, Slickshorn flock for the Suffolks, please. For the Oxford Show, we're now ready for your flock class. Best Headed Ewe goes to entry number 60. Winning Ways 1519, Daniels Oxfords of Forreston, Illinois. Again, now ready for the flock class. Oxford exhibitors, you will be having an exhibitor meeting out in the lobby area near where they do the spinning at 11:30. 11:30 for the Oxford meeting. Placing on the Slickshorn Suffolk flock class, first to Kyle McCulley Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania. Second to Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. And third place in the flock to Russell Sheep Company, Eaton, Indiana. Premier exhibitor for the Slickshire Suffolks is Kyle McCulley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready to move into our fitted portion of the Suffolk Show. We need yearling rams, fitted yearling rams. For the Oxford Show, our placings on the flock. First place goes to 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. And second, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the National Oxford Show is Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. That does conclude our Oxford Show today. Our judge for the Oxford Show has been Tucker Beckmeyer of Atwood, Illinois. We've also finished up our Slickshorn portion of the Suffolk Show, and our judge there has been Jeff Neal of Tiffin, Ohio. Judging our fitted suffix today is Skip Anderson of Fargo, North Dakota. Skip is the shepherd at North Dakota State University. He's also co-owner of Baba Acres of Wisconsin, breeders of registered Hampshire sheep. He's the co-owner of Red Barn Branding LLC, a livestock graphic design company as well. He's a big collector of livestock and sheep publications with over 3,500 magazines in his collection. Let's welcome Skip Anderson to your Suffolk fitted portion of the show, please. For the Suffolk show, there's several awards that are special and they're found in the premium catalog. However, the ones that we want to highlight, the George Buckham Award, presented to the exhibitor of the champion Slick Shorn Ram by friends of Mr. Buckham. The champion Slick Shorn Ewe Award, presented to the exhibitor of the champion Slick Shorn Ewe by Kim Suffolk of Iowa. Best pair of Suffolk Ram Lambs, an award presented by Tom Burke Suffolk, Platte City, Missouri. The Sherwood Jackson Award, that award is presented to the exhibitor of the Best Headed Suffolk Ram. The Roy B. Warwick Memorial Award, presented to the exhibitor of the champion Suffolk Ram. The WEG and I-80 Flocks Memorial Award, given in memory of Harold and Maxine Gergen, presented to the best pair of Suffolk ewe lambs. The Clyde George Award, given to the best pair of Suffolk yearling ewes by Steve and Bob George. The Bill Hurst Award is presented to the exhibitor of the best headed Suffolk ewe. The champion Suffolk ewe Award, presented by W. Gergen and Friends. The Annette Benson Award, presented to the exhibitor of the best Suffolk flock. And the Best Headed Ewe Award is presented and sponsored by Alan C. Batt. All those awards are traveling plaques that need to be returned back each year to the North American for the winner of the following year.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be here evaluating the fitted Suffolk Show here at the North American. As we get out here in this first class of yearling rams, I think we've got 4 exceptional yearling bucks to start with. I think we're going to go ahead and use the buck in my mind that I think just comes together with the most completeness. I really like the pattern about this ram, a ram that you can really appreciate when you step back and look at him from the profiling standpoint. A sheep that really balances up quite nicely here from the side. I really like the extension and elevation he has through his front and through the first 1/3 of his skeleton. But a sheep, when you lay your hands down his top, he's really straight and true. He carries some width and thickness down that top into a big wide square hip. I think his biggest advantage for me today comes when we study him from the ground up. I think a sheep that we can appreciate in terms of his soundness. He gets out on the move really athletically and gets out and really moves. He sets down nice on all 4 corners. Really a nice sheep to lead off with. The buck that we've got here in second, I think, closely resembles the type and kind of the ram that we chose to start with. A real long-bodied ram, and a ram that I think has that added length of hind saddle about him, especially as we compare him to the buck that stands directly in front of him. I really like that elevation he has too when we look at him from the front. A sheep that I think is adequate in terms of his muscle. He's adequate in his bone work. If we were going to change him a little bit, I'd like to see him track just a little freer and easier off those hind pasterns. But I think a sheep that we can appreciate here in the second hole. Real rugged, massive kind of a ram that we've got here in third, a buck that we can appreciate for that, a real performance-oriented kind of a sheep that's got some performance about him, one that when you get your hands on him, he's really wide and he's really thick down that top. For me today, he just runs out of gas in terms of length of hind saddle compared to the bucks in front of him. Just gets a little more coarse through his front end and maybe not as attractive from the profile as we look at him. But I think the sheep that we can appreciate for his size and muscle. And then we've got a real extreme pattern kind of buck that we've got here in fourth. One that I really like, that length of body. I love that extension and elevation he has. I think a sheep that we could say is probably the longest bodied ram that we have out here. For me today, we just need to change him in terms of his structure. We need to see him move out just freer and easier off those hind two. But again, a really nice class of yearling bucks. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted yearling ram class for the Suffolk Show, first to entry 115, Buckaroo Bonsai, Ruby Mountain 1405, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to 123, Winfield 1411, Josh Miller, Scolari, New York. Third to entry 118, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And 4 to entry 114, Randy Dombach and family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Placing on.
We've got just a single entry out here in our senior Suffolk Ram Lamb class, but I think we've got a really nice one here. A ram that, as we study him, a sheep that we can really appreciate that length of body and length of side that he has. One that's just really youthful in his appearance. He's really neat and attractive through his front end. I like the Suffolk head about him for sure. A sheep that when you lay your hands on him, he's really straight and true down his top. He's really wide throughout his hip. I think a sheep, and we study him in terms of his muscle shape and design, he's certainly adequate for me today. We'll be looking forward to seeing him out here in our senior lineup. Thank you.
Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry 126, McClure 1492, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
We've got 3 outstanding Rams out here in our senior lineup in our Suffolk show. I think as we study these Rams, I think we can appreciate the volume and mass that each of the bucks have. I think as we look at them from a breed type standpoint, all 3 of them are spot on in terms of their type. I think the decision gets pretty easy for me today. We're going to go ahead and use a 2 yearling Rams for our senior and reserve senior champions today. Congratulations.
Senior champion Ram goes to entry number 115. First in our yearling Ram class, Buckaroo Bonsai. Ruby Mountain 1405, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve senior champion Ram is second in that yearling class, Winfield 1100, Josh Miller, Schoharie, New York. Now ready for January Ram Lambs.
We've got two very different bucks that we're going to start the class off with. There's a lot of give and take in my mind as we went through and sorted these guys. I think we're just going to go ahead and use a ram that comes at the top in my mind just in terms of some performance and growth and pounds per weight per day of age. I really like how powerful the sheep is. He's really wide down his top. He's really thick when we study him throughout his hip and when we step directly behind him. He's the kind of ram that has the most base width about him when we study him from the ground. If we were going to change him a little bit, I'd like to make him just a little more attractive through his front end, make him just a little neater in the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder into his forerib. But I think that's just a function of how powerful the sheep is, and as we study him from a skeletal standpoint, we just have to like the buck and the way he's put together and how many pounds he's got at this stage of the game. I like him to win the class. Ram that we've got here in second, a real youthful appearing kind of a buck that I think is probably the most different of the ram that we chose to start off with. I really like the elevation he has through his front end. I like the extension that he has through his neck and head. I really appreciate how long-spined he is when we get our hands on him. For me today, he just needs to be powered up in terms of muscle and mass compared to the sheep that we start with. I think as we forecast him forward, he's probably the ram that's going to have the most evidence of growth when it's all said and done. I just think we need to see more of him today. The ram that we've got here in third, a ram that we can appreciate for that elevation he has through his front, a ram that's really straight and true down his spine. He's really wide and square throughout his hip. Where I need to change him today is when we set him into motion. A sheep that gets a little short-strided for me today might walk a little bit with those hind two underneath him just a little bit and labors on the move, but I think a sheep that we can appreciate here in the third hole. A real big-bodied kind of a ram that we've got here in fourth, one that's just ultra-long-bodied, really extended through his front end. A sheep for me today, I think that we just need to change him in terms of his structure. A ram that just gets a little bit labored in his motion for me. I'd like to see him move a little freer and easier off his hind two before he can go any higher, especially from that structural integrity standpoint. And then we've got rounding out the class with another youthful appearing kind of a buck. A sheep for me today that we just need to power him up in terms of his mass and rib shape before he can go any higher. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lambs for the Suffolk's first place to entry 130, Harder Suffolk's 5005, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota. Second to 134, Rogers 1503, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Third to entry 137, Terry Wren, Renview, Suffolk's, Pigeon, Michigan. 4 to entry 127, Jackie Elke of Barrett, Minnesota. And 5 to 128, Bromes Enterprises, registered Suffolk's of Brillion, Wisconsin. This is final call for the silent auction bids up at the Suffolk booth. This is your final call for silent auction bids. Judging the National Shropshire Show today is Tim Fleener of Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Tim is the pastor at Richland Church of the Brethren, and he's swine service manager with Smithfield. Tim and his wife Sarah raise Hampshire and Shropshire sheep, and they're also co-owners of South Mountain Show Cattle. Let's welcome Tim Fleener to your National Shropshire Show this afternoon. Shropshire exhibitors and members, be sure to go by the Shropshire display and nominate a judge for the 2016 North American Shropshire Show. The 2015 Missouri Shropshire Queen is Emily Anderson. Emily is the 12-year-old daughter of Matthew and Christy Anderson of Macon, Missouri. Emily and her brother Andrew raise Shropshires and natural colored sheep, and she is going to be assisting us with awards in the ring today.
Here on the Suffolk side in our February Ram Lamb class, we've got 5 outstanding individuals up here on this top end. I think there's some give and take with some of the sheep that we have out here. We're going to go ahead and use a really complete balance kind of a sheep to start off with. One that when you get your hands on him, he's really level down that top. He's really wide throughout his hip. A sheep that's presented to us in really short fleece. One that I really appreciate how neat and attractive he is through his front end. He blends really neat from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder into his forerib. A sheep that's dropped down deep in his rear flank. A buck that stands on a big old foot, lots of circumference of bone about him. And I think where the buck wins in my mind is when we set him into motion. He just gets out on the move. He's super athletic, super free and easing, a kind of sheep that we can really appreciate. I think as we forecast the ram forward, he's got plenty of evidence that he's going to continue to grow, going to be a big old buck with lots of muscle and performance about him. I really like him to lead off. Buck that we have here in second, real similar in type and kind to the ram that we chose to start with. A sheep that I really appreciate him from a bone standpoint. When you look down and study those feet and study that bone, certainly a ram that stands on a lot of power about him. A sheep that we can really appreciate how open he is through the center portion of his skeleton. He's really wide throughout his loin and carries that width and thickness into a nice wide square hip. For me today, I think as we talk about him and we study him, I just like to change him right behind his shoulder just a little bit as he connects from his shoulder into his loin. He just breaks on me just a little bit as we compare him to the ram right in front of him. But I think in terms as we forecast him forward, I think we see a lot of bright future in front of this sheep, and I think he logically falls here into second. Ram that we've got here in third, a sheep that we can appreciate in terms of his growth and performance, a real heavy boned buck, probably the biggest boned ram that we have out here, a ram that we can really appreciate by how open he is through the center portion of his body, just a lot of outward turn to his rib, lots of center dimension about the sheep. For me today, I just like to see him a little neater and attractive through his front end. He might get a little further along in terms of his maturity pattern compared to the rams that we have out here. The kind of sheep in my mind that I think just gets a little coarse through that front end. I'd like to maybe change that breastbone about him just a little bit and maybe raise that up and give him some more extension through his front end. But I think a sheep that we can appreciate in terms of that power and mass. A real youthful appearing kind of a ram that we have here in fourth, one that's just really attractive from the profile. He's really straight and true down his top, one that's really neat and elevated through his front end. For me today, he just runs out of gas in terms of his bone work. We'd like to see a bigger foot about him. We'd like to see some more muscle shape and maybe some more outward turn to the center portion of his body. But I think a sheep that we can appreciate that attractiveness from the profile. Then a real long-bodied, more extreme kind of a ram that we have here in fifth, one that we can really appreciate for that. Certainly a ram that's going to add some growth and some extension to his offspring. I think a sheep in my mind that we can appreciate for how straight and true he is down his top. I'd just like to see more of him in terms of muscle shape and some more natural thickness about him. But again, a really nice class of February bucks. Thank you.
Now ready for Suffolk March and later born Ram Lambs. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 151, Silver Dollar, PIA 5056, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second to 138, Winter is Coming, JMG 1515, Rex Quam, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Third to 143, Twin Peaks Suffolk, Platte City, Missouri. 4 to entry 150, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 5 to entry number 147, Chuck Ream, Willits, California. 6th place to 139, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet of Radcliffe, Iowa. 7 to 144, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And 8 to 145, Greg Cox, Randall, Minnesota.
real opportunity to be able to come here this year at the North American and be able to judge your National Shropshire Show, starting off with a really a nice class of yearling rams to evaluate. We've got a lot of differences all the way through here. We got some bits and pieces, and there's some things that I'd like to maybe change a little bit about each and every one of them, but I think we've got some pieces that we can definitely take and use within the breed to make it better tomorrow than it is today. I sure like more the breed type of the buck that we're going to start off with. He's got a great foot size. He's got the adequate amount of bone for what a Shrop really has. He's more into that color line that I'm trying to look for when we're starting to analyze these Shrop sheep. But when we sit back and we really analyze him and really study him with the buck that's going to be in second, they've got some similarities, but yet they got some differences into them. The buck that's in first, I really like the shape of his shoulder. He really lays that shoulder in really neat into the center portion of it. He's got the right kind of chest floor and comes up into a lot of elevation out through that neck. He's got some masculinity about him, but yet he's still free in his movement when we watch him walk off through that shoulder. Then you get up on top of him. He's got a big enough top into that shoulder. He comes back with a lot of levelness and squareness of hip. He's maybe not quite as robust in his muscle tone as we see in the buck right below him. But for me, when you get back off the side, he's got a nicer and neater, softer look to him when you get in through his rib, especially in through his flank. He just presents extremely well. For me, he's kind of that combination. He brings all the pieces together for me on what I'm looking for a yearling buck here today, and I think for me, he's gonna fit first very nicely. The second place buck is really a massive buck if you're looking for just total muscle tone and shape. Really appreciate that about him. He's big-footed. He's got plenty of bone under him. I like to lighten him up in his color when we get into his head. But a ram that has a lot of power of top, a lot of power and squareness of hip. He does excel in muscle and muscle shape when we analyze the buck right above him, but he's a little harder in his look. He wants to come in and tuck in up in that rib. I like just to give him a little more lower rib power when we're analyzing him. But another sheep that you take this and put him on a group of Shrop ewes, you can sure change those ewes pretty quickly, which I appreciate. The ram in third has a really neat look off the side. I really like this ram. When you look at him, especially when you get on top of him, you look at that rib shape. He doesn't have as much rib dimension from side to side. I'd sure like to deepen him up in his rib and deepen him up in his flank. Good-footed, good bone, good head on him. Just need to make him more rugged in his makeup, more power and mass in through his rib and flank to be able to move him any higher. The ram next is a really neat ram. He's a little smaller in his makeup, which is okay. Really sound off the move. I really appreciate that. He loses a little bit of length when you're analyzing him through that rib. I like to just give him more power when we look at him on top. I give him more expression of rib shape into him. But here's a neat piece that you can take out and you can do a lot of great things with on a set of ewes and be able to change them also. Another ram, and probably one of the smallest rams out here in class, another big bone, big footed type of a sheep. He tends to get a little rounder in his makeup. He doesn't come out of that shoulder into that neck junction quite as well as we see the rams right above him. He's got a good enough head on him, good enough color to him. I really appreciate that. He tends to, when you get back behind him, he doesn't have the muscle mass and dimension as we're analyzing with the rams right above him. And I like to drop him a little bit in his flank. He's a little deeper chested than we see in that flank area. But overall, nice class of yearling rams to start off your national show. Thank you.
Here on the Suffolk side, we've got a nice lineup of lambs out here in our late buck lamb class. I really like the lamb that we're going to start off with. I think one that's just really straight and correct. I really like the extension and elevation the buck has. He's really neat and attractive when we step back and look at him from a profiling standpoint. A sheep, then when we look at him from just about any angle, we can see that he's got some base width about him. A sheep that's got some outward turn to his rib. He carries some width and thickness into a wide square hip. He's got some natural muscle about him. And I think in terms of his breed type, he's spot on. I really like the head about him. I really like the profile of the sheep. I think as we talk about him and look at him and forecast him forward, I think he's the kind of sheep that's going to continue to grow. He's going to have some muscle about him. He's going to have some rib shape and dimension. I really like him to win pretty easily. Buck lamb that we have here in second, a real youthful appearing kind of a ram that's just really powerful when you get your hands on him, a ram that's probably the most expressively muscled of any that we have out here. A sheep that's really wide down his top. He's really wide through his hip. He's pulled apart at his pins. A sheep that's got some base width about him. one that's just really rugged in the way he's designed, a sheep that I think stands on more circumference of bone of any that we have out here. For me today, I think where we just need to change him is off those pasterns just a little bit. He just gets a tick soft for me when he gets out and moves. If we could strengthen up those pasterns just a little bit, he'd really push that ram in front of him just a little harder. But I think those are two nice buck lambs to lead off with. Ram lamb that we've got here in third, a long-bodied, more extreme pattern kind of a buck, one that you can really appreciate that length of spine that he has. He certainly has that added length of hind saddle when you dig in and handle him from that 13th rib back. A sheep that's really long-hipped when you put your hands on him. For me today, I think if we're going to change him, we need to give him some more outward turn to his rib. We need to pull him apart through the center portion of his skeleton. And more specifically, when he's set into motion, he just gets really short-strided for me off those hind two. If we had him move out with a longer, freer, less restricted stride, I think he would move up into those top two spots a little easier. Then we've got a real extreme pattern, big-framed, real outlier kind of a ram that we've got here in fourth. One that's just really big in the way he's put together. Certainly a long-bodied, more extreme pattern kind of a buck. For me today, I think we just need to change him in terms of his structure. He gets a little soft right behind his shoulder for me. I'd like to change his hip structure about him just a little bit. But a ram that you really have to appreciate for his weight per day of age, his growth and performance at this stage of the game. He just needs to put those pieces together before he can go any higher. Can't wait to see him next year as a yearling ram and see how he puts those things together. And then the ram we're going to round out with is a real youthful appearing kind of a buck, one that's just really straight and true. He balances up really nice, and we look at him from a profiling standpoint. He just runs out of gas in terms of growth and performance and overall stoutness compared to the rams in front of him, but a really nice class of late ram lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Shropshire class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry number 10, Roca Joe, 1425, Robert Johnson, Marshfield, Missouri. Second to entry number 2, WGS 403, The Rock, WG and I-80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. Third place to entry 9, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 5, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. 5 to entry 4, Mike Fox, Tip City, Ohio. 6 to entry 6, John Melvin, Mount Sterling, Ohio. 7 to entry number 3, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. And 8th place to entry 8, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. Placing on the Suffolk side of the ring for our class of March and later born fitted ram lambs. First place goes to entry number 153, Shambo 3509, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to entry 158, Cinco de Mayo 2, Twin Peaks, Suffolk, Platte City, Missouri. Third to entry 156, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 4 to 157, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 5 to 154, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Again, now showing pair of ram lambs. You will show junior champion ram following that, and then overall grand and reserve grand ram.
in this fall Ram Lamb class. For me, they kind of sort themselves fairly easily, especially when we get up here on top and look at the class winner. Really, if anybody knows me very well, I'm very big on structure. We've sure got to make these sheep sound. We got to make them sound in their movement. I want to see these feet and legs going in the right direction as we go along. And so I'm going to be talking a lot about that. The ram that we're going to start off with is the best footed, the best and soundest as far as movement as we get out here and we get him on a move. Really a good foot. He's adequate in his bone. You get up, and I really like the way this sheep lays into that first third of his body. He lays that shoulder in right where he needs to have it. He's got the right dimension and width and shape to that chest floor. He comes up with a lot of authority out through his neck and in through his head. His breed character is fine for me. Then what really the cool thing and exciting thing about it, you get on top of him, and even he's got the right kind of size to him. He comes in with, man, just a lot of power at the top of that shoulder. Get into that loin edge. He's got the most power into that loin edge and come out with really a square and true and level dock and with a lot of natural thickness and muscle into that center portion of that leg, and especially down into that twist. I really appreciate that about him. Then you get off the side. He is deep enough, but yet still has that youthful appearance in through his chest floor, in through his flank. I think this is the type of a sheep that is going to continue on and grow. And as a yearling buck, he's not going to disappoint you. And the key to that is I can see a stud buck written on this sheep. He's going to continue on and make a powerful ram. Then we get in some give and take. So from that point on, I really like the extension, the freshness of the buck in second. Really a long spine, square hip type of a sheep, and I think for me he's the next soundest ram when we get him on a move. He's got another good foot on him. He's got great bone to him. Again, he blends in very nicely into that shoulder. What disappoints me on him, I like to change him. I like to deepen him up in the flank. I like to give him a little bit more body into him. And I think that's where the ram in third kind of excels when we're analyzing him off the side. But I think when we start to just sheer movement and where this sheep is today as far as structure, we need to be him in second. The ram in third, really like the breed character about him. I like the way he also looks up through his front end. He just doesn't travel well enough for me when you get back behind him. He wants to roll those hocks. And for me, being very critical on that, we just need to put him in third because of that. But here's a really neat sheep as far as power and dimension and muscle shape. He's another one that's really set in that area. The next ram in class, and we look at those fourth and fifth place rams, we just got a little more power and shape and muscle when we're analyzing the ram in fourth. He's not as long as the three rams right above him. I'd sure like to just smooth him up a little bit in that shoulder, give him a little elevation up through that front end, but really a powerful ram when you're looking at muscle and shape when you get on top and behind him. Then around off class with really a nice sheep. He's sound sheep when you're looking at him. Breed type, again, is adequate for me. I just need to give him a little more power from behind, square him up out through his hip, dock area. But overall, really a super class of fall buck lambs.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion on the Shropshire side. Over on the Suffolk side, our pair of ram lambs first went to Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Second to Hoskins Stock Farm of Jefferson, Iowa.
We've got a really nice lineup of ram lambs out here in our junior Suffolk lineup. I think we've got 6 outstanding rams. I think as we stand back and look at these guys, I think we can appreciate a lot of the good in what we found out here. I think we found 6 individuals that are just really tremendously high quality. Sheep that look like Suffolk sheep, sheep that have lots of bone and body about them, sheep that have some usefulness and function. And I think as we forecast these rams forward, any one of them could be a stud buck and add some genetic value to just about any program where they go. So with that being said, I'll go out and congratulate your junior and reserve junior champion rams.
Placing on the Shropshire Senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 11, Clark 14-128, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to entry 15, D. Hicks 14-65, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third to entry 12, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4-14, David Harrell, Bargersville, Indiana. and 5-13, Daryl Doctor, Sonomish, Washington. For the Suffolk side, our fitted junior champion ram was entry 151, first out of the February Ram Lamb class Silver Dollar, PH 15056, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Reserve goes to 153 out of the March and later born Ram Lambs, Shambo 3509, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada.
In the senior Shropshire Ram drive, really, when you start to analyze these two first place winners, I sure like them for what they bring out here as far as breed character. Really neat sheep to look at off the side. They've got some rib shape. They've got some dimension to them, and you know this breed is every day is changing in some fashion, and it's a breed on the move, in my opinion, or I wouldn't have gotten back into them. But I grew up with Shrops, if you didn't know that. And I had the opportunity to have National Champion Ram and National Champion U in '84. But really a good set. I can see these sheep coming together and starting to be one of these breeds that we can do a lot of neat things with and be competitive when we're analyzing some market lambs and be competitive in some supreme deals, and really like to see that. Really like the yearling buck for what he brings out here. He's really soft in his look, but he's very masculine about his front end. He's still got a neat shoulder into him. He's got some depth of rib and some depth of flank with some muscle shape into him. A natural muscle that's going to continue on and be able to breed into that next generation to be able to compete where you need to have it. I think he's very youthful about his appearance for being a yearling buck and very fresh in his makeup. The senior buck lamb, when we talked about him, I sure like him for his correctness when we're looking at his foundation. I mean, he's a really cool cat when he gets out on the move. He puts his feet down where he needs to have it, and then you get up on top. I mean, he's got power written all over him with a lot of natural muscle and shape, but really have a great look into him. So really two neat individuals to take a look at for your senior champion. They've got some similarities, got some differences in them, and that's okay because we've got some differences in the breed. But I think here's two rams when you're looking at your senior champion, you can do a lot of neat things with and be able to take this breed to the next step. So without any further ado, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing out 4 outstanding individuals out here in our champion lineup in the fitted division here. I think as a sheep person, the most exciting moment you can get is winning a purple banner in Louisville, and I think the second most exciting moment is being able to give one of those out, and it's truly a privilege to be able to crown a ram out here, national champion here in the Suffolk Show. The Suffolk Show is the granddaddy of them all when it comes to sheep shows, and it's really been a privilege to judge these bucks out here. I think we've got 4 individuals that really represent the breed well. I think they could work in just about any type of the industry in terms of making sheep that are sound and correct and sheep that are heavy and way up and have some pounds and growth and performance about them. So with that being said, let's put our hands together one more time and I'll go congratulate your Grand and Reserve champion Suffolk Bucks.
For the Shropshire Show, our senior champion went to entry number 11, Out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Clark, 14,128, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve senior went to entry 10, the first place yearling ram, Roca Joe, 1425, Robert Johnson, Marshfield, Missouri. For the Fitted Suffolk Show, our grand champion went to our senior champion winner, our first place in the yearling ram class, Buckaroo Bonsai, Ruby Mountain 1405, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve grand champion fitted goes to 151. Our junior champion out of the February Ram Lamb class, Silver Dollar, PIA 5056, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. We're now ready to move into our fitted yearling ewes. We need Class 1 fitted yearling ewes. For our Shropshire show today, the American Shropshire Sheep Association offers trophies for Champion Shropshire Ram and Champion Shropshire Ewe. Also, the McKirkle Family Trophy will be offered for the best 5 head of Shropshires in the Shropshire Flock class. The Bancroft and Leslie Henderson Trophy in memory of Emil Hartzell, which is a traveling trophy, is awarded to the best group of 3 lambs, both sexes represented. That's class 26 a little later. And the Vern Hoffman Traveling Trophy, awarded for the best pair of yearling ewes. Also in there, we will have a special award, the Pair of Yearling or Ewe Award, sponsored by Anderson Farms, Matthew, Christy, Emily, and Andrew Anderson of Macon, Missouri, in honor of Vern Hoffman of McCoolamy Farms. Vern bred Shropshires for nearly 6 decades in Northern California and was instrumental in helping many Shropshire flocks get started in the western part of the United States.
Interesting. Interesting class to evaluate in these earlier January bucks. When we sit back and look at it, we got a lot of differences out here all the way through, and I appreciate that. So it's a little bit more difficult to be able to kind of piece them together and put them where we need to have it. I think the best buck as far as movement off of his stride, the way he takes his foot, he blends it into his posture and into his knee and comes up through is the buck that's going to start off the class. Really like this sheep as far as his structure. I like the way he comes up. I like his chest floor, the way it lays in. You look at him, he's really a neat sheep off the side. When you're analyzing the extension he's got up through the front end, he is extremely good over the top of the shoulder. He comes in with a lot of power into that loin edge and out through his hip. Maybe not quite as square out to that dock area as we see the buck that's going to be in second, but we've got more power when we're analyzing this sheep as far as masculinity in through his chest floor and in through his flank than the ram that's going to be in second. Ram in second's really a youthful, really a clean made type of a sheep when you're analyzing as far as his look off to the side. I like the way, again, another sheep that lays in very nice and neat in through his shoulder, and that's where he excels over the ram that's going to be in third. He comes into that rib cage, blends in a little neater in through his rib cage and out through his flank. Like the straightness of lines and his squareness of hip, he really excels when you get him out through his hip. He's really long hip. He's really square hipped out through his dock, and I really appreciate that about him. I'd like to make him a little bit more rugged in his bone structure, but to be able to move him any higher. And he's a little more plainer about the head, but I think we need to keep him in second because he's got a lot of neat pieces about him. The ram in third's really an interesting piece here in the Shropshire breed. He's really a power when you're analyzing him as far as muscle shape. Here's really a good footed sheep when you get him out on the move. He moves extremely well. He's got enough elevation for where he is as far as his body type, as far as elevation of neck and head. I sure like him for his power and width and dimension of top shape, and especially in through his rib. He doesn't come down into that center portion of that rib and blend in quite as well as we see in the two rams above him. I think that's being very picky on a very good one, but he's got a lot of power and dimension of muscle when you're analyzing him. And with the breed and the way things are changing, here's a real key piece when you're looking for stud bucks and where we need to go, and he's a neat piece to put in third. The ram in fourth is one of those long spined, easy tracking type of sheep. He's also the greenest of the top five, which I appreciate. Really long in that spine. He doesn't come together with as much authority and power when we're analyzing his pure power of rib and muscle shape and through that loin edge as we see the rams right above him. But he's a real youthful kind of ram. Really like him off of those feet and legs, like the head about him. I think as a yearling buck, he's going to grow into that and be quite a stud buck in his near future. The ram in fifth, the biggest frame sheep of the top five, and I appreciate that for him. Really good in his outlook as far as that dimension of neck and shoulder. I think when you get right up on top of him, he doesn't come together with as much squareness, as much shape on the top of the shoulder as we see in the rams right above him. And this ram here, I'd like to change off those back wheels a little bit to get him, really to get him any higher. But another neat sheep if you're looking for length and dimension of hip shape. This old sheep here can get her done, and he needs to be in that top five. Nice class overall with some differences in this class of rams.
Now ready for Shropshire Late Junior Ram Lambs. Shropshire Late Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of early Junior Ram Lambs for the Shropshires. First place to entry 17, McCabe's 0521 Stinger. Mark McCabe, Prospect, Ohio. Second to entry 21, Flanders, VIP 5050, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third place to entry 24, Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 4 to entry number 26, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 19, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. 6 to 18, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 to 25, Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 8 to 23, Brian Moeller, Wooster, Ohio. 9 to 22, WEG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. And 10 to 27, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri.
Wow, what a tremendous set of females we have in our first yearling U class out here. These top 5 individuals are just really exceptional, and from my standpoint, I'm the luckiest guy in the world because I get to evaluate these sheep, and certainly it's pretty awesome to take a look at these females here, and certainly the ewes that are in the second lineup will definitely go on and make great breeding pieces in a program. But as we get in here, and we'll talk about the ewe that I chose to start with, just a really sound kind of a sheep, one that's there's a lot of sheep there, a sheep that's presented to us in short fleece, and when you get your hands on her, there's a lot of ewe under there. She's opened up through the center portion of her body. She's wide and square through her hip and loin, a sheep that really does have a lot of true muscle shape about her when you really get in and handle her. For me, I really love that front end and elevation she has through her front, but certainly when we step back and look at her from a profiling standpoint, just ultra deep-sided, certainly round-ribbed, the kind of sheep that we can appreciate. She's big, yeah, she's one of the biggest ewes we have out here, but she's also really correct and really good. I like her to win the class quite nicely. Really neat, attractive kind of ewe that we have here in second, probably the most similar in type and kind to the ewe that we chose to start with. Just a real long-bodied ewe, a ewe I think that when we step back and look at her and compare her to the ewe right in front of her, she might appear to be a little bit longer from flank to flank. I think a sheep that, as we dig in and handle her, might be a notch longer through that 13th rib back. But I really like the balance in this kind of ewe, a ewe that has a lot of good things about her. If we were going to change her just a little bit compared to the sheep that stands directly in front of her, I'd just like to widen her out in her pin set just a little bit. But certainly that's getting critical of a really nice ewe here in second. Ewe that we have in third, just a very attractive, super feminine kind of female. Love the head about this sheep. Certainly love the elevation and extension she has through her front end. Certainly level down her top, really wide throughout her hip. For me today, I just like to see her just dropped in her rear flank just a little bit compared to the 2 ewes in front of her. She certainly just gets a little tucked up there for me today and doesn't quite balance up quite as nicely from the side as the 2 that stand in front of her, but I think a ewe that logically falls here into the third hole quite nicely. A real attractive ewe, big, powerful kind of ewe that we have here in fourth. One that we really appreciate from a bone standpoint. Just a big foot and real rugged in the way she's put together. Certainly the kind of sheep that balances up quite nice from the side. I think today, as we compare her to the 3 ewes in front of her, she just gets a little restricted in her motion when we set her out on the move. She just likes to walk with her hind 2 underneath her just a little bit. But as we get into a deep class like this, we've got to split some hairs, and that's why she ends up 4 for me today. Really complete, very balanced kind of a ewe. Probably the soundest ewe that we have out here comes at us in 5th. One that's just really attractive on the move. She just glides across the ring when she's set in motion. One that sets down nice on all 4 corners for me today. If we're going to change her as we compare her to the ewes that stand in front of her, we just need to give her a little length of body. If we lengthen her out from front to rear, she pushes these front ewes a little harder. But again, a really nice lineup of ewes. Let's congratulate these exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
First class of fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 165, Knutson, Suffolk, 145. Scartweet Kids, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa, Radcliffe, Iowa. Second place to 171, 5-star J4130, Jacinda, Raylyn, and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J Suffolk, Patoka, Indiana. Third place to entry number 168, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. 4 to 162, Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 172, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 6 to 170, Jacinda, Raylyn, and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J Suffolk, Patoka, Indiana. 7 to entry number 163, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry number 159, Josh Miller, Schoharie, New York. 9 to entry number 181, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And 10 to entry number 166, James Clamfith, Maple Lawn Farms, Canal, Winchester, Ohio.
exciting group of bucks to take a look at. These top five are about as different, I guess, as you can get them. There's a lot of different pieces here, and it's really hard to be consistent when you got so much differences all the way through. I'm trying to stick with pretty much the same pattern. I think the buck that for me here on top, he's got a really a cool look to him. He is really neat when you're analyzing him. That shoulder shape and the way he comes up. He's got a little more elevation when we analyzed him up against the ram and in first as far as elevation into that front end out through his neck junction. He has got a really a nice square look to his top of his shoulder. He comes back with a lot of authority and a lot of squareness out through a hip. And for me, that's where I see the difference is when we get out to the hip and out to that dock. He just squares out, a little true in his makeup, a little square in his makeup than the ram in second. The ram in second, I really like the type about him. I love his bone shape, his foot size. I like his depth of rib, his depth of flank. I just like to change him out there at his dock and square him up just a little bit more, make him a little truer in his squareness and his kind. But here is two awfully good rams that, man, can take the breed a long way. I really appreciate what they bring, and they're very youthful about their appearance, and I appreciate that. The ram in third is kind of that combination ram when I start to analyze the next three. He doesn't overpower the buck, of course, behind him. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he does, but here's a real youthful buck. When you're analyzing him, he's really neat in that shoulder. I like his design off to the side. He's really great and level out to the top once you get him and set there in motion. Not as long spine as the buck right below him, but I sure like him as far as youthfulness about him. And I think that's the one thing with the buck in fourth. When you start to analyze him and the shape and his development of shoulder, he gets to be a little bigger shoulder, a little bigger chested. Then you get over behind his flank. He doesn't drop in that flank quite as well and percent as well as the ram right above him. And that's where I'd like to change him. For this size and this mass he's got in him, just drop that just down a little bit and make him a little truer off the move, off of those back legs, and then we probably could bring him up at least one more place for sure. The ram in fifth is kind of that unique piece. He's not as big. He's the smallest of the five and one of the smaller bucks out here, but he is really long spine. He's really laid in when you're analyzing shape and pure muscle shape. He doesn't when you get behind him. We need to have more power from muscle shape. When we get one this size, it's a little different dimension than when you're looking at the breed, and for that, I'd like to give him more turn to his twist. I'd like to give him a little bit more squareness out to that dock. When we start to, bring him up, if we want to bring him up a little bit more, that's where we need to change him in order to do that. But he's another really neat piece. I think we got some stud bucks out here, and we got some stud bucks all the way through. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing a nice set of buck lambs to evaluate.
Now ready for pair of Shropshire Ram Lambs. Pair Shropshire Ram Lambs, please. Placing on your late class of junior Ram Lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place to entry number 40. City Limits, 1547, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry number 37. Plaza, 1242, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. Third place to 42, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 36, Fritz Farm, Unionville, Tennessee. 5 to entry number 44, Randy and Julie Reif, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 6th place to entry 35, WEG and I-80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 7th place to 31, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 8th place to entry number 46, BWB Farms, Martinsville, Ohio. 9 to 33, J. Sargent Shires, Bradford, Ohio. And 10th place to entry 39, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas.
No shortage of power in this class again here in our second yearling U class. I think we've got just an exceptional pair here on the top end, and certainly that's where the most time was dedicated in terms of getting these two right. I think as we study these two females, they're about as close as you can make two of them, and it just comes down to personal preference. We're going to go ahead and use a really complete ewe to start off with. Just really beautiful in terms of her type. I really like her extension. I love the way she blends together from her neck into her shoulder. She's really straight and true down her top. She's really wide and pulled apart through her hip. Just a sheep that has a lot of good about her. Certainly the kind of ewe that you can appreciate in terms of that brood ewe look, but yet still really attractive and flashy. I really like her to win the class here quite nicely. Taking nothing away from the ewe that we've got here in second, I think as we analyze these two, like I said, they're just tremendously close. I think as we split hairs just a little bit with this ewe, she's just not quite right for me in terms of her loin into her hip. She gets a little bit piecey there for me today, but that's getting ultra critical of two really nice ewes. I think as we study this sheep, we can appreciate her muscle, we can appreciate her mass, love the bone and the size of the foot that she stands on. Just really attractive from the profiling standpoint. Again, these two ewes are really close. I like them to win easy. Real long-bodied, more extreme patterned ewe that we've got here in third. I think a ewe that we have to appreciate for her length of body. Certainly one that's really feminine and attractive through her front end. One for me that I think as we study her, we just need to change her just a little bit in terms of her structure. I'd like to widen her out in her pin set just a little bit. Maybe give her a notch more bone as we compare her to the two ewes in front of her, but I think she logically falls into third here quite nicely. Really attractive ewe here in fourth. Certainly a long-bodied kind of a sheep. One that's just really neat and feminine through her front end. Really balanced when we step back and look at her from the side. For me today, we just need to give her a notch more bone and make her stronger on those hind pasterns. She moves up a little bit if we can change that about her, but logically falls here in our top lineup. Big, rugged ewe here in fifth. Just a really powerful kind of a sheep. One that's just really pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton. She's really wide down her top. She's got a lot of natural thickness about her. We just need to make her a little more neater and feminine through her front end. Maybe just have her tie a little nicer from her neck into her shoulder. But again, a really powerful lineup of yearling ewes here on the top end. Thank you.
Now ready for Suffolk fitted yearling ewes in class number 3, please. Placing on class number 2 fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place to entry number 174, EB Suffolks 305, EB Suffolks of Powell, Ohio. Second place to entry 178, Anshut W267, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Third to 188, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J Suffolks, Patoka, Indiana. 4 to entry 189, EB Suffolks, Powell, Ohio. 5 to entry 180, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. 6th place to 187, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 7th place to 184, Josh Miller, Skulhari, New York. 8 to entry 176, Rebecca Krinsky, Washington, Oklahoma. 9th place to 186, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And 10 to entry 175, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We need entry number 21, entry 21 of Rachel Flanders, second in the early junior Ram Lamb class to the ring, please. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Shropshire show, first place goes to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Third to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4th place to Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 5 to WEG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska.
We've had a really nice Shropshire Junior Buck show. I really like the what these four bring out here for your class winners and the seconds. Really nice shape to these sheep when you're starting to analyze them as far as their masculinity in through their shoulder. They're still neat and trim, and they're going to continue on and grow. And the stud bucks, they're sound bucks, which I really appreciate when you get them out on the move. When you start to look at the class winner of that first class, really like him for his length of spine. He is extremely long, spine buck. He's extremely long from that last rib back. Really appreciate him for that. You get back behind him, he's really a square level dock type of sheep that you appreciate that about him. You know, you might like to make him a little deeper into his twist on where he is today, but he's awfully good. The class winner in that second class, really a fresh handling kind of a sheep. He's got a lot of grow into him, but he's got a lot of power and dimension when you're analyzing down through his top. I really like the way he comes up on top of that shoulder. He squares out and comes back with a lot of authority and a lot of squareness from behind. So really a neat sheep in your own right there. Then you get over in the seconds in this particular division. The one that came out of the class one, another long spine, really a nice handling sheep, especially from that last rib back. Really long loin, square hip type of sheep. Really appreciate that about him. Gets a little bit lighter in his, a little darker in his color when we get down through that leg wool, but a ram that you really have to appreciate him for what he brings out here. Then the second class, the second place one out here, just love his head. I love the head on this buck. I love the bone. I love the foot. He is, when you start to analyze him, he is the shortest one from flank to flank. But that is deceiving because he's extremely long from that last rib back. And so I need to keep that in consideration when we're just looking at him off of a side profile. I like the depth of rib and I like the depth of flank that he brings out here. There's a lot of neat pieces in that. So we're going to look at him just a little bit more, and we'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Junior champion for the National Shropshire Show is our class winner from the late junior Ram Lamb class, entry number 40, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1547 Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve junior champion Ram was second in that class. Entry 37, Plaza, 1242 Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri.
Just checking. Just checking. Just checking. Out here for your national champion ram. This is really exciting because we've got 4 bucks out here that are really cool, really cool. You know, I could breed used all 4 of these bucks, and I'm pretty picky. You know, we can do a lot of things with these, and I think, you know, getting back in the Shropshire breed, there's a lot of good things that's going to happen to this breed very, very, very soon. And there's a lot of neat things that we can see in these sheep. And, you know, for me, getting out here, I talked a lot about the last 2 days. If you heard me in a junior show, we got to be able to make these sheep sound. We got to be able to have a good foot on them. We got to be able to make these sheep walk. You know, I don't care if you put wool back on them. If they can't walk and they can't get around, they're no good to me. And I don't know about you, but they're just no good to me. And I think that's where we need to go. And you know, we take this wool off of these sheep. I want to be able to go out in my pasture the next day and look at them and say, you know what, I've got a good one. I've got a good one. We can do that. And I think we've got 4 out here that we're looking at stud bucks right now. We're looking at that next generation. That's what we got to do. We can't jeopardize that on these bucks. This is 50%, and sometimes it's more than 50%. On our breed, and I think we need to be really serious on what we're looking at. We need to be really serious on where we want to take this next generation of Shropshire breed to go. And with these 4 sheep right here, and we can continue on doing that, we're going to be a force very, very, very soon. And actually, as you sit back and you analyze these bucks are a force right now, and you ought to be commended on what you brought out here. Really a good set of rams all the way through. I like each and every one of them. I think there's a couple that really hit me pretty hard. There's a couple of them that I'd take home and put with the ewes that I've put together so far and be able to take me to a next notch. And I think that's what we need to take a look at. Really, again, congratulations. Great set of rams to evaluate. It's been a real privilege to be able to do that. Again, congratulations. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion Shropshire Ram for your national show goes to entry number 11, our senior champion ram. 11 came out of the senior ram lamb class, Clark 14128, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion, entry number 40, our junior champion ram out of the late junior ram lamb class, City Limit Sheep Farm 1547, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Now ready for Shropshire, early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes to the ring, please.
Again, another nice set of females we have out here in our third yearling ewe class. A really balanced, real complete ewe to start off with. I really like the length of spine in this female, one that's really straight and true down her top. She's really neat and attractive in her front end. I think she's kind of fit the mold of what we found in the other yearling ewe classes just in terms of quality. Just a really deep-sided kind of a ewe that's got brood ewe look about her, but also is really attractive and feminine when we look at her from the profiling standpoint. Just really blends neat from her neck into her shoulder and shoulder into her forerib. She's dropped in deep in her rear flank. She's the kind of sheep that I think we can appreciate in terms of her muscle shape. She certainly stands on adequate amount of bone for me today. She's really sound on the move. I just think she's the logical place to start off with here. A really complete, very balanced kind of a ewe that we've got here in second. I think a sheep in my mind that excels in terms of her bone work. As we study the female, especially from the ground up, she certainly stands on just a notch more circumference of bone as the ewe that stands directly in front of her. I really like how rugged she is in the way she's put together. The kind of sheep that when you get your hands on her, she does have some natural thickness about her. She is pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton, and she's really nice and square and level out through her hip. I think as we compare her to the ewe that stands directly in front of her, it just comes down to personal preference. And for me today, I'd just like to maybe see her move just a little easier on the move compared to the ewe that stands in front of her. But again, really, really critical on two outstanding ewes here on the top end. A really attractive ewe that we've got here in third. I think a ewe that for me today, we can appreciate that depth of side she has. She's really opened up through the center portion of her body. She's really got some width and thickness throughout her loin. For me today, I think we just need to change her in the way she comes together. She just gets a slight bit piecey for me when we step back and look at her from a balance standpoint. I'd like to see her come a little neater the way she's put together from her neck into her shoulder, and I'd maybe like to see her just widen her out through her pin set just a little bit when we stand directly behind her. But again, in terms of her bone work, in terms of her design and eye appeal, I really like the ewe here in third. Certainly can be a great breeding piece in any kind of program. I like her here in third quite nicely. A big rugged ewe that we've got here in fourth, a deep-sided, bold-sprung kind of a ewe, one that's just really pulled apart in the center portion of her body, a real massive made kind of a ewe, one that we can appreciate in terms of her muscle shape and appreciate in terms of her performance. I love the added bloom that the ewe has on her today. Certainly the kind of sheep that I can appreciate. For me today, she just runs out of gas in terms of length of body compared to the ewes that stand in front of her. We lengthen her out just a little bit, and she pushes a lot harder the ewes that stand in front of her. But I think a ewe that has a lot of good about her, and she falls quite nicely here into fourth. Ewe that we've got here in fifth, a real long-bodied kind of a ewe, the longest handling ewe that we have here in the class, one that handles longer from that 13th rib back, a ewe that's probably the most extended through her front end. But for me today, we just need to change her structurally. She just gets short-strided for me today. She gets a little straight off those hind two, but I think in terms of a lot of pieces that she can add to a program, you've got to like that growth and elevation and extension she has. We just fix her structurally. She moves up the line a few spots higher. Thank you.
Now ready for fitted pair yearling ewes. Fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Suffolks. Placing on that third and final class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 194, Bobby, KJ Lansing, 4209, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second to 90, Quam 0420, Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Third place to entry 196, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. Fourth to entry 200, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 5 to 199, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J. Suffolk, Patoka, Indiana. Sixth place to 192, Rebecca Krinsky, Washington, Oklahoma. And 7 to 197, James Clampeth, Maple Lawn Farms, Canal Winchester, Ohio. placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Fitted Suffolk Show. First place goes to Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC of Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to, I can't read. EB Suffolk of Powell, Ohio. Third to Kelsey Rogers of Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 5-star J Farm, Jacinda Raylyn and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. And 5 to Rex Quam of Wanamingo, Minnesota.
nice class of first class of yearling ewes to evaluate. Really a good group all the way through. I really like the yearling ewe that's going to start off the class. There isn't another yearling ewe out here that's that long spine and that level top and square all the way through. You get off the side of her, and she's got the right amount of depth and shape to her lower portion of her rib. She comes right down into her flank where she needs to be for a female to be able to have that capacity to be able to go in that lambing barn. For me, she just kind of surfaces fairly easily. From there, it's kind of a give and take. The next ewe we're going to have is a little more extended, a little higher at the shoulder than a little taller at the shoulder than we see the ewe right above her. She's also a little bit shorter from flank to flank than the ewe right above her. She is awfully good when you're analyzing her as far as shape of shoulder, the way she comes out through her hip, the way she levels out through her rump, and she is square and she's truer in her design more so than the ewe that's going to be in third. Ewe in third is really a deep-bodied ewe. I think she's carrying, I know she's carrying too much conditioning today, which makes her look a little staler, makes her look a little bigger in through her chest floor and through her corner of her shoulder. But when you start to analyze her for the amount of width and the amount of dimension she has in through her rib and in through that loin edge and out through her hip, I think that's where she excels. Even though if I take some condition off of her, she's still wider based, she's still longer skeletal development into her, more so than the ewe that's going to be next. I really like the freshness of the ewe that's in next place. She's the ewe that's probably one of the most ideal in their condition. She's as honest as you can see. I really like the way she sets into her shoulder. She's really extended out through her front end, up through her neck, really pretty headed. She's long spine. She isn't as wide based, and when you see that, she's not going to be as wide topped and wide hipped as the three ewes right above her. But she is awfully good in her right, and you get a nice yearling ewe that's going to be in fourth. The next yearling ewe to round off the top five, in my estimation, kind of brings these top five together with some extension, with some length. She doesn't square off. She's a little more common in her placement of her, as far as her shoulders concerned. She doesn't come back with as much authority and much trueness of hip as we've seen the ewes right above her. But again, an awfully good ewe to be in the fifth. Congratulations, nice set of yearling ewes.
Placing on the Shropshire Early Yearling ewe class, first place to entry 49, SS Shrops 14-1, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to 50, D. Hicks 14-04, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 3 to entry 59, Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 4 to 58, Daryl Doctor, Sonomish, Washington. 5 to 60, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 6 to 54, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to entry 51, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 8th place to entry number 47, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 52, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 10 to entry 64, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana.
two nice fall ewe lambs here in our Suffolk show. I think as we study these two females, there's a lot of good in both of them, and there's some give and take as we talk about both of these two sheep. We're going to go ahead and use the ewe that, in my mind, has the advantage in terms of length of body. I think as we handle the ewe from the 13th rib back, and as we forecast her forward in terms of future growth, I think she's the kind of ewe that's going to grow and mature into a nice big yearling ewe. I really like the rib shape and the capacity that the female has. I think she stands on adequate amount of bone for me. I think she just puts a lot of pieces together in terms of what we're looking for and what we've studied today and what we saw today, and I logically like her here in first. I really like the pattern and the eye appeal that we have here in the ewe in second. One that's just really powerful when you put your hands on her. She's a sheep that is super straight and true down her top. I think she's the kind of ewe that would look equally as good as she does now as she would if she were slick sheared as well. Just really straight and powerful. Just a lot of natural shape about her, a lot of thickness down her top, a big wide square hip about her. I think just as we get nitpicky on these two, she just gets a little bit shorter in her loin for me as we compare to the ewe in front of her. But I think that's being critical of a really nice ewe. She's definitely the ewe that stands on the most circumference of bone of any that we have out here. Just a lot of nice pieces in that female, certainly deserving of being here in the top end. Then we've got a real deep-sided, broody kind of a ewe here in third, one that we can appreciate the power and mass that she has, one that has that added rib shape and outward turn to her rib cage. Certainly the kind of sheep that when you handle her down her top, she's really wide and pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton. She's certainly wide and square throughout her hip and certainly has a lot of power about her. I think as we compare her to the two ewes in front of her, she just needs some more bone in terms of size of foot and overall circumference of bone in terms of her structural makeup, but I think a ewe that I like her here in third quite nicely. Real youthful appearing kind of ewe in third. I think a ewe as we fourth, as we forecast her forward, she's going to be one of the biggest ewes in the class when it's all said and done. We just need to power her up in terms of rib shape and capacity. I'd maybe like to see her move just a little freer and easier off her hind too. She gets a little restricted in her motion, but I think she's a ewe that we can appreciate in terms of her growth and performance. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted senior ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show. First to entry 202, Quam 4, 120, Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Second to entry 203, Phantom Hills 1503, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Third to 204, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And forward to entry 205, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
I think we've got a tremendous lineup of females that we have out here in our Suffolk show and our senior lineup. These 8 individuals are just really, really good. I think we've got just some great pieces in any one of these females. I think those of you that are standing around the ring can appreciate these sheep just in terms of their added rib shape and capacity. I think we found sheep that are sound and have some usefulness and function. And as I step back and look at these, I'm really happy with the lineup that we have out here. I think we've got some uniformity and some consistency, and I think we found a set of sheep that really put all those pieces together. Ewes that have some usefulness and function to them, ewes that are going to be able to lay down and have lambs and stay in good rig. Certainly we have all those pieces out here and some longevity, I think, in these females. So with that being said, let's congratulate these exhibitors in this lineup here, and I'll go select your Grand and Reserve Senior Champion ewes.
Champion Senior U goes to 165 on the fitted Suffolk ring. That's Class 1. First place animal for yearling ewes, Knutson Suffolks, 145. Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. The Reserve Senior Champion came out of our third class of yearling ewes, entry 194, Bobby, KJ Lansing, 4209. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready in the ring for fitted, Suffolk fitted January ewe lambs.
little more difficult class to evaluate here because we've got some differences in these sheep. There's really not one yearling ewe that came out and grabbed me right away. I think once we start to analyze them and study them and start to watch these sheep on the move, the fault-free female is going to win the class. And I think Fairleigh does that fairly easily. When you start to really analyze her foot into her pastern, into that bone structure, then she gets up in the shoulder. She's got a nice, easy stride as you get along with her. I like the fact she's got some white wool down up on those legs. I appreciate that about her. She's really, when you start to really look at her shoulder shape into her rib, she comes into that rib and blends in very nicely. You know, maybe if I was going to change her just a tick, I'd probably just drop her in her flank just a little bit. But that's being quite critical on a pretty nice ewe. But it seems like when we get out here, we need to get it, you know, just split hairs to get them where we need to have them. The second ewe is kind of a logical one for me between the next two. This female is kind of fits that same pattern as the ewe right above her. She's not as good off of those back legs as the class winner. She's not as wide in through her base when we analyze her from behind. But when we get into her, she's really fresh to the touch. She's really neat into her shoulder. She's got some flex to her where she needs to have it. When we see some movement in that shoulder blade, and then we get back behind her, she really comes out in a nice, square, neat package when you get into that hip. If I could just extend her out and give her more width to base from behind, we might be able to move her up. The ewe in third is the different one in this top five when you start to analyze as far as size and scale. She's the big growthy one out here in class. She's the long spine female. She doesn't come together quite as well for me. She tends to get a little curvy off of that spine area. She doesn't come back with as much flare and muscle shape in through her twist in the center portion of that leg. And when we get one this big, I expect a little bit more muscle shape when we get down in through there. But a deep rib, deep body type of a female that you have to appreciate her for the body that she's got in her. Next female I like a lot. She's a little more conditioned on her than she really needs to have, which makes her look a little shorter than what she really is, but she's really complete in her pattern. I really like that about her. I like the fact that she's got some width to her. She's got some dimension to her. She's got some springer rib. She's deep enough into her flank. If I could just extend her out 2 or 3 more inches, we probably could start the class with her because I think there's a lot of power in her. She just wants to shorten up and get a little around as we see her right here today. Then to round off the top 5, another fault-free type of a female, really good in her structure. She doesn't come off those rear pasterns quite as well as the 4 right above her, but she really lays in nice in that shoulder and in that rib. She's got some capacity into her to be able to land those lambs out. And once we start to look at them, these are the 5 that come to me pretty hard when you're looking at them off the side, you know, and in those dimensions when we're analyzing from top to bottom and some sureness of foot size. Really a nice group of 5 to start with. Nice class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
Shropshire exhibitors now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes, please. Placing on the class of Shropshire late yearling ewes, first place to entry number 81, D. Hicks, 1438, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 66, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1430, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry number 70, Jaden Slutz. Fourth to entry number 79, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 5 to 77, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 6 to entry 75, Elaine Jaycox, Middleborough, New York. 7 to entry 65, Riley Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. 8 to 67, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 69, Riley Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. And 10 to 71, Daryl Doctor, Sonoma, Washington. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 3, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4, Riley Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. 5, to Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. 6, to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. Now ready for senior ewe lambs.
Another nice class of ewe lambs in our January ewe lamb class here. We've got just a really exceptional female to lead off with. I really like the rib shape and capacity in this ewe. I really like how she still remains feminine and attractive through her front end, but when you get your hands on her, there's a lot of sheep there. She's really open through the center portion of her body. She's wide and square throughout her hip, and certainly is the kind of sheep that we can appreciate how much muscle she has when you get down and handle her. I love that beautiful head about her. She's just really neat and attractive in the way she comes together. I think when we study her from the ground up, we can appreciate the bone and how square she stands on all four corners of her skeleton. Just comes together with a really neat profile and balances up really nice. Really like the ewe that we've got here in second, a real powerfully constructed kind of a sheep. One that when you lay your hands on her, she's presented to us in really short fleece. She's ultra straight down her top. She's really wide and square throughout her hip. Probably even the kind of sheep that would look really good slicked off as well. She's just really big bone. She's really correct and really attractive. I think as we forecast her forward, she's got enough evidence that she's going to continue to grow into a nice big yearling ewe. She's got a lot of capacity about her. I think she logically falls into second here quite nicely. Very similar in type and kind to the ewe lamb that stands in third. Again, a really attractive sheep, one that balances up really nice from the profile, one that's really straight and true down her top. She's got some natural thickness about her. For me today, we just need to lengthen her out in terms of her hind saddle as compared to the two ewes in front of her. We give her a notch length of body, and she moves up a spot or two pretty easily. Probably one of the sounder ewes on the move when she sets out into motion. She's just really athletic on the drive, and you can appreciate that about her. A big rugged ewe that we've got here in fourth, real similar in type and kind to the ewe that we chose to start with. Just a real round rib kind of a sheep, one that's just really pulled apart in her center body, really massive in the way she's put together. We struggled with her just a little bit in terms of her motion. I never really did get to see a good read on her when she got out and would move. She just acted just a little bit restricted when she was out there on the move, like to roach that top and drop those pins. Certainly she could have just been fighting the showman, just really never got a great look of her. But I think she's the kind of sheep when she's set and stuck, we can really appreciate the power and mass that she has. She's just deep-sided and really powerful. I really like her here in the top lineup. Then holds true with the ewe that we've got here in fifth. Again, a long-bodied, very attractive kind of a sheep. One that's really got a bright future in front of her in terms of growth. Could be one of the bigger yearling ewes when it's all said and done. I think for me today, as we study her, we can certainly appreciate how long she is in her hind saddle. She's really wide down her top. She stands on adequate amount of bone. Where we falter just a little bit was when we put her on the move. She just gets a little short-strided for me today, restricted off her hind too. But I think she's a sheep that has a lot of good and certainly stood a lot of competition in this deep class. Thank you.
Out here for your senior ewe lamb class. We got some variations. I know a couple questions I had before judging this show is, what are you going to use? And are you going to use big ones or are you going to use little ones? And I told everybody the same thing, I'm going to use good ones. And I think it doesn't really matter which package it comes in, they need to be good one. And I think when we sit back and you really study this particular class, the female that we're going to start with, she's a good one. I like her outlines. I like her design. Whether you got a little more elevation or you got a little smaller in her pattern, I think she's awfully good. And where she sets all in all four corners, she's really a wide base, but yet she's got some youthfulness about her. She's going to continue on to grow to a yearling ewe that's going to be plenty big enough. But when you sit back and you really analyze her, I love the way it goes into that shoulder shape. You get up on top of her, she's got the right shape to the top of her shoulder. She extends back as long as anything that we have out here from that last rib back. She presents extremely well in through her lower portion of the rib and out through her flank. And for me, she kind of surfaces fairly easily. The ewe in second, when you sit back and you study these next four sheep, she kind of comes in that second hole fairly easily. She's the next one with some elevation into her. With that being said, she comes with maybe a little better breed type than a couple behind her. A ewe that, again, really good in through her top of her shoulder and through her rib. She comes down in through her flank where she needs to have it and levels out through out through that rump. And I think that's kind of where she excels. There's a little more youthfulness about her when we're analyzing her, when we start to look at her versus the ewe in second or third. The ewe in third, I really like her breed type about her. She's probably the most ideal for me when we sit back here and look at her. She's really broody in her makeup. She's really good in her outlines. She's a little deeper in through her chest cavity and her flank. I don't see quite as much growth out of her, maybe the next two above her. But again, a really good one when you set her in motion. I like the way her shoulder shape is. She's got some flex to her shoulder. She's got some flex to her hock. And when you watch her and let her set up, man, she's really feminine. She's really broodiness about her front end. She's got a lot of great things in here. She's going to make a really nice brood ewe, and I think we need to look at that really hard on where she's at today. The next ewe, for me, we get off a little bit on breed type. I'd like to change that about her. But awfully good when you're looking at her from the top. Great shape to her shoulder. She comes back with an extremely powerful hip. She is leveler out through that loin hip junction than the one right above her. If I could change that head just a little bit, we probably could move her up. But for me today, we're just going to keep her in fourth. The ewe in fifth, really a complete type of package. I like that about her. She's also the shortest one out here in the top five from that last rib back. I'd like to extend her out just a little bit more out through her hip. But with that being said, she's extremely complete. I think we need to really take a serious look at these kind of sheep. They're really definitely help the breed. But for me, as I follow through with this group here, for me, she fits in the fifth. Nice class of ewe lambs to evaluate. Thank you.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion for the Shropshire ewes. We need the first and second of the two yearling ewe classes and first and second out of the senior ewe lamb class. Placing on that senior ewe lamb class, first to entry 91, City Limit Sheep Farm 1459, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to 84, D. Hicks 1453, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 88, Zane Melvin, Radnor, Ohio. 4 to entry number 93, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to entry 85, Colby Clark. 6 to 86, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 to entry 92, Daryl Doctor, Sonoma, Washington. And 8th place to 87, BWB Farms, Martinsville, Ohio.
for our senior champion Shropshire U. 6 females out here. I really like the style and design that each and every one of them have. For me, when we looked at this class winner out of this first class, really cool off the side. She's really straight spine. When you look at her side, her chest floor comes down. You go right over to her flank, and it comes right down with it. I really appreciate that about her. She's ultra clean in through her front end, but yet she's got a lot of width and mass and a lot of femininity as you're looking at a style through the front end. Comes back with a really big old hip in her with a lot of natural thickness into her. Really comes out really well, and a great breed character about her head. The class winner here out of the second class, another extended type of a female. You really appreciate her, the way she sits down on 4 quarters. Another big outlined you when you get up on top of her and watch her out through the hip. You really like her out through her dock area. Really a nice white wool sheep when you're looking at her as far as off her legs. The class winner in the third division as far as the fall, really a long skeletal development type of a female. Again, another female that you really have to like her, at least I do when you look at her off the side. And she really comes down into a nice rib. She comes down in a nice flank. This particular female has a lot of grow left in her. She's going to make a big yearling ewe, and she's going to make a good yearling ewe. I'm really pleased with the soundness that we see up on these particular sheep. I think there's 2 out here that hit me pretty hard, and we'll go out and select your champion and reserve senior champions.
Senior champion U for the Shropshires goes to entry number 49, first in the early yearling U class, SS Shrops 14-1, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve senior champion U is entry 91, first in the senior U lamb class, City Limit Sheep Farm 1459, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Now ready for January ewe lambs. Shropshire January ewe lambs.
really nice class of early February ewe lambs here. I think the sheep we're going to start with is just really complete and really balanced, one that we can really appreciate how neat and attractive she comes together when we look at her from the profiling standpoint. I think she's the kind of sheep that's adequate in her rib shape. She's got enough bone for me. I like her Suffolk breed type about her, and certainly she's the kind of sheep that I think has all those pieces that are going to propel her into being a nice big yearling ewe when she's said and done. She's certainly youthful in her look, really in the way she's put together. Just a lot of nice things in this ewe lamb. Ewe lamb that we've got here in second makes her way to the second hole based on soundness. Just a super sound ewe when she's set in motion. One that I can really appreciate when she gets out on the move. She's really athletic on the drive. A sheep that I think as we step back and look at her, she sets down nicely on all four corners. Certainly when we get our hands on her, she's really straight and true down her top as well. I like that rib shape that she has about her. She's got some broodiness about her, but also still remains feminine through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Certainly I think she's got some pieces as we study her in terms of her growth curve. She's going to be the kind that's going to continue to be a nice big ewe when it's done as well. I like her logically here in second. A little more extreme patterned ewe lamb that we've got here in actually in third and fourth. A ewe that is going to come here in third in my mind. She gets there just in terms of soundness based on the ewe over the ewe that stands directly behind her. Really like how straight and true the ewe reads down her top. She's really neat and extended through her front end. She's elevated through her chest floor. She's the kind of sheep that I think stands on adequate amount of bone in my mind. And she just comes together with a lot of femininity and attractiveness. I like her here in third quite nicely. Like a lot of things about the ewe that we've got here in fourth, just a real long-bodied, big frame kind of a sheep, and a sheep that we have to appreciate her for her growth and skeletal extension. One that's just really attractive through her front end, but yet when you get your hands on her, there's still plenty of sheep there. She's got a lot of natural thickness down her top. She's just super deep-sided when you step back and look at her from the profiling standpoint. Where we need to change her just a little bit today is when we set her into motion. She just gets a little restricted and shorter striding off those hind two. I think if she gets out and moves just a little freer and easier, she moves up to the top of the class pretty easily in my mind. Just a lot of good things in that sheep right there. Can't wait to see her next year as a yearling ewe. And then the ewe that we're going to round out our top five with, just a real rugged kind of a sheep, one that's just got a lot of natural thickness about her, certainly pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton, has some natural base width about her when you get back and read her from any angle, a sheep that we can appreciate how wide and square she is through her hip. For me today, we just need to make her a little more attractive through her front end. She just gets a little coarse for me through the lower, through her breast and into her brisket just a little bit, but I think as we study the sheep in terms of the way she puts together and ruggedness, you really have to appreciate her for that. Thank you.
Placing on the class of early February ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 228 Ruby Mountain, 1513 Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second to 227 Quam 5186 Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Third to entry 225 Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 230, Tad Thompson. 5 to 226, Josh Miller, Scolari, New York. 6 to entry 229, Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. And 7 to 224, Josh Miller, Scolari, New York.
good class of Shropshire ewe lambs to evaluate. Again, like the other classes, you're going to see this pretty much in every breed. You got some differences out here. I really like the body shape of the ewe that's going to win the class. Really great body. She's the widest, truest base female that's out here. She's big enough for her age. I like the shape of her shoulders. She's still very feminine when you're analyzing into that shoulder, into her neck and her head junction. She's got a lot of grow into her. And when you sit back and you just really look at her design and her angle lines of her shoulder in through the lower portion of the rib and how she comes out through the flank. And then you get back behind her and you look at that hip and that muscle pattern in from behind. She just puts it really all together for me as far as a complete type of package with really moves really nice off the move. And so when you really start to analyze on each one of them what they bring out here in this top 6, for me, she just kind of does that in a combination. The ewe in second, I thought for a while she's a little fresher in her makeup than the ewe lamb maybe that's going to win the class, but she just doesn't have quite the overall muscle shape into that twist and lower leg as we see the right above her. She's really fresh to the touch. She's really youthful about her front end. She's going to continue on, and she's going to grow and get better too. Just like to change her in that particular area in order to get around the one right above her, but 2 awfully good ewe lambs. Really love the extension. I love the pattern on this third ewe. She's my kind. There's no question about it. I don't have to have them ultra long. She is real cool fronted. She is real cool when you get into that shoulder and that shoulder shape and the way she puts that foot down. I really like that about her. She's not excessive in her bone, and that's where Shrops need to be. She's really, in my opinion, I like her head. I like the way she comes off the top of her shoulder. She's got that right shape to the top of the shoulder, and the way she blends into that rib cage, comes out, has enough into that flank area. But then when you get back behind her, we just need to widen her up at her pins, and we need to widen her up at her base in order to be able to move any higher. Boy, if we could do that, she'd probably be right up here knocking on this young man that's winning the class. I think she's got a lot of great future ahead of her. Man, we need to make more like her. The ewe lamb in fourth, again, another neat sheep. Different pattern, or as far as kind of the same pattern, but different kind. A little lower in her makeup, which is fine. A little more earlier maturing, that's fine. But she's got a really great top shape, big hip in her, wide based. For me, I get a little concerned now. She's starting to show a little bit more into her chest floor, like to clean that up area. But here's a female that's going to continue on for what this young lady wants to do with her. I think she'll be just fine. But for me, we just need to give her a little bit more, give her more extension up to that front, a little more grow power into her. But an awfully good one to be in fourth. The young man's lamb in fifth. Like her off the side. She's got a real youthfulness about her. What I like to change about her is when you get up on top of her, she doesn't have quite as much width and dimension into that loin and out through that hip. I'd sure like to give her more hip, more width of base from behind in order to be able to get her up. But she's really good to be in that fifth position. Then I pulled this 6th place ewe out. I want to talk a little bit about her. She's got the most design and style when you get up to her front end. She also, when you look at her, she kind of wants to break when you get back at that hip loin junction. And I like to level her out. When you get back at that dock area, square her up a little bit more for her size and the mass that she has into her. I need to square her up and give her a little more muscle. But I think, as you grow her out, she's going to get there. But today, we need to keep her in 6th. Nice class of ewe lambs with some differences. Thank you.
Placing on the January ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show, first place to entry 99, PWA 2086 Platinum, Chloe Stonecipher of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Second to 100, City Limits 1508, City Limits Sheep Farm, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 98, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 4 to entry number 106, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to entry number 108, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 6 to 111, WEG and I-80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 7 to entry number 7th place to 101, Kenyon Buckland of Huntington, Indiana. 8 to 109, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 9 to 105, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. And 10th place to entry 95, Richard Adams, Shabance, Illinois.
Took a little more time on this class to sort some things out. If we could combine some pieces of just about all of these top 5 females into one ewe, I think we would have something really, really special. We're going to go ahead and use the sheep that I think just kind of fits together in terms of the combination female for me. She's by far the biggest ewe that we have out here, but certainly I think when we study her in terms of just her rib shape and capacity, that's one of the things that propels her forward. I like she's long-bodied. She's got some extension through her front end. She's certainly kind of a sheep that we can appreciate for that. A sheep that's got some natural thickness about her. She stands on some circumference of bone. I think if we were going to change her a little bit, I'd like to make her just a little stronger down her top, and I'd like to see her track just a little wider off those hind two as she gets out and goes. She really likes to narrow in at the hocks for me when she's in motion, but I think she's got a lot of things about her that we're going to move her up to the top of the class here today. Ewe that we've got here in second, a really complete, very balanced kind of a sheep, one that we can appreciate for that. A ewe that has some natural thickness to her, a sheep that when you get your hands on her, there's a lot of muscle there. A sheep that's really pulled apart through the center portion of her body. She's wide and square throughout her hip. As we compare her to the ewe directly in front of her, she just gets a little shorter bodied and maybe not have the extension through her front end as the ewe that we chose to start with, but I think a sheep that has a lot of good about her. I think as we study her and monitor her as she goes forward, I think she's the kind of sheep that's going to be one that's going to continue to grow. She's got some evidence that she's got some future in front of her. Just a lot of nice pieces, very youthful head about her. I really like her logically here in second. Same holds true for the ewe that we've got here in third. A lot of nice things in this sheep. Just a tremendous profile on this female, one that's really attractive when we step back and look at her. Really blends neat from her neck into her shoulder. Love the femininity and youthfulness about her. For me today, she just gets a little green in terms of her overall power as compared to the 2 ewe lambs in front of her. If we could mass her up and maybe just give her a notch more natural thickness, she would move up the line a few spots as well. The ewe lamb that we've got here in fourth is very similar in type and kind to the ewe that stands right in front of her. Again, a very fault-free kind of sheep, one that's really square and sets down nice on all 4 corners, one that balances up really nice from a profiling standpoint. I think she's the kind of sheep that's going to continue to grow as well. She's got some length of body about her. She's got some rib shape to her. Just here today, we need to see her just a little bit longer bodied and maybe open her up in through the center portion of her body before she can go any higher. Big, rugged ewe here in fifth, long body kind of a sheep, one that's probably going to be the biggest ewe when it's all said and done in terms of growth. For me today, I would just like to see her with a little more thickness down her top. I'd like to see her a little square and wider in her pin set, but I think a sheep that we have to appreciate for that growth and extension she has at this stage of the game. Thank you.
Placing on the class of late February fitted ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry number 244, Shambo 3586, Rachel Shambo of Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to 235, Knutson Suffolk's 1587, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. Third to 243, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. 4 to 236, Jackie Elke of Barrett, Minnesota. 7 to 239, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. 8 to entry number 250, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J, Patoka, Indiana. 9 to entry number 241, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And 10 to 240, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois.
I don't know if I'm the only one that realizes it or not, but this is an awfully good set of ewe lambs. Boy, I tell you, I like these a lot. I like the pattern of these top 6 lambs a good bit. You know, in this age category, I kind of expect these ewe lambs to have a certain amount of cover on them. We don't want to get them too fat too soon. I don't want to start to mature out too soon. And the top 3 females, when they come out here, boy, they're very, very similar in their pattern. There's a little differences in some size, and there's always going to be some differences in size. But for me, man, if we can raise this kind of sheep, whatever breed we're in, man, we can sell them all day long. All day long, we can sell these kind of sheep, and we can make a lot of different things with them. And I think that's what we really need to sit back. We need to analyze on what we're bringing to the table. And for me, these top 3 ewe lambs, they're just sweet. They're just flat out sweet. This ewe lamb is going to win the class. Yeah, she's the biggest one of the 3, but she is really, really good. I really like the way she comes off with that foot into that knee, into that shoulder. She's got that shoulder tightened up, but yet she's got enough width and dimension of that chest floor that comes up into really a feminine neck and head section. Then she gets up on top of her, and she's got that box shape off the top of her shoulder. She gets that old rib out in there. She leaves it in very nice and neat. Comes in with a lot of flare in through that flank area, the big old hip, enough muscle for where she's at right now today, down to that center portion of that leg. I think she's awfully, awfully good. The ewe lamb in second, when she came out, man, that's my kind. I mean, she's really sweet. She's just a smaller version of the class winner. Love her up through her front end. She doesn't have quite as much flare in through the center and lower portion of her rib as the one right above her. Maybe I like to see maybe a little bit more in through there. But she comes out as level and true out through that hip and wide-based, good-footed, beautiful head. I love that head on that particular female. Nice female to be in second. Ewe lamb in third. Man, when they get this ewe lamb cranking, she's awesome. Great top into her. She's got the right shape. When I start to analyze her up against the one right above her, she don't have quite as much width of chest into her right now. To have quite as much rib shape and dimension into the center portion of that rib, but she's ultra good into that loin and out through that hip. She is really cool. She's going to be cool today, and she's going to be cool tomorrow. And I think that's the kind of sheep we need to continue to be looking at constantly over and over and over again in order to make next generation. And these 3 do that extremely well. I think from that point forward, going on down through, I think we got some give and takes. We're going to use the next soundest female that I like as far as when we get up in her shoulder and where she is in her youthfulness about her rib and her conditioning. You get up on top of her and you get out through her hip. She doesn't square up. She's not as true and wide out to that dock area as we see the 3 right above her, but she's very similar in her pattern, her design, and her growth makeup as the ones right above her, and I think we need to keep her in fourth. The ewe lamb in fifth, I kind of moved up. She's the big outlines ewe here in this top group, and that's okay because that's where we're at in the breed. We know we got some bigger outline sheep. What should they look like? For me, she's really straight in her top. I mean, for that long and the design she has, she's really good fronted. She's really neat-headed the way she comes out of the top of her shoulders. She's as sound as the rest of them right above her. For me, with this size, I like to deepen her up just a tick more. She want to pull up in her flank. You know, my expectations is a little bit more. We don't want it much more, but for her today and be where we're at, let's just give her a little more body into her to get her up. But she's really good for a bigger sheep, and she's going to be really exciting also to another year. The next ewe in line, I just kind of falls into this top 5. She's a little more has a little more condition on her. I like to have her today, which tends to be a shorten her up, and she wants to round off a little bit more in that shoulder. But here's another powerful female when you get up on top of her. If I could just trim her up in her outlines, maybe we could probably could move her up at least one more spot, but she's again another awfully good one to evaluate. This has been really a kind of a difficult class because it's got so many different kinds and good ones to put up here, but really a good set all the way through. Thank you.
Now ready for Shropshire, March and later born ewe lambs. Shropshire, March and later born ewe lambs.
Really, really nice lineup of ewe lambs here in our March ewe lamb class. We've got 3 exceptional females up on this end that I think really have a lot of nice pieces about them. We're going to go ahead and use the real stout ribbed kind of a ewe to lead off with. I think we can appreciate how much natural thickness this female has when you get your hands on her. She's just really powerful through the center portion of her body. She's a big, wide, square-hipped ewe that when you step back and look at her from any angle, she's got some base width about her. She's got some natural thickness and some muscle about her, yet she's still really attractive and feminine through her front end. She hooks in neat from her neck into her shoulder and shoulder into her forerib. She's dropped in deep in her rear flank, and she stands on a good set of feet and legs and lots of circumference of bone. I just like her to come to the top of the class here for me quite nicely. Really super pattern kind of a ewe lamb we've got here in second, one that's just ultra cool to look at from any angle. Really attractive in the way she comes together through her front. Lots of femininity, lots of youthfulness about this sheep. A sheep that's really straight and true. She's presented to us in short fleece. Lots of natural thickness about her. She's pulled apart through this center portion of her body, and yet she's also wide in her pin set. If we're going to change her and get really critical on the female, we'd like to see just a notch more bone compared to the sheep that stands directly in front of her. But I think that gets really critical of 2 very nice females here on the top end. A very complete balance kind of a sheep comes at us in third. A real fault-free kind of a female, one that when you get your hands on her, she's really straight and true. One that's really level throughout her hip design. A sheep that stands nice on all 4 corners, yet still has some attractiveness and femininity through her front end. For me today, I think we'd just like to see some more natural thickness from behind, maybe widen her out in her pin set just a little bit as we compare to the 2 sheep in front of her. But I think in terms of volume and eye appeal and flash, I really like the ewe lamb here quite nicely in third. Long-bodied or more extreme pattern ewe lamb comes at us here in fourth. One that's really extended through her front end, probably going to be one of the biggest ewes when it's all said and done in terms of her growth pattern. She just needs to get a little smoother in the way she's put together. She gets a little piecey for me today. If we could ever hook up a little better from her shoulder into her loin and then her loin into her hip, maybe raise that dock set on her just a little bit. But I think she's got a lot of nice things about her in terms of her growth, in terms of her length of body, and certainly in terms of her femininity. I like her here in the 4th hole quite nicely. Real big rugged ewe here in 5th, one that's round rib. She's open through the center portion of her body. For me today, I'd like to see her just stand on a little more bone, maybe a bigger foot about her, and then have her handle those hind 2 when she gets out and moves just a little freer and easier. But I think as we study the class of March ewe lambs from top to bottom, we can appreciate a lot of good here from all the way through. Thank you.
Now ready for Suffolk, pair of ewe lambs, Suffolk pair ewe lambs. Placing on the March and later born fitted ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first place to 267. Knudsen Suffolks 15106. Knudsen Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place to entry number 262, Ruby Mountain Sheep 1538. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third place to entry 254, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 264, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J, Patoka, Indiana. 5 to 266, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. 6th place to 261, Rebecca Krinsky, Washington, Oklahoma. 7 to 265, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 8 to 257, James Clamfeth, Maple Lawn Farms, Canal Winchester, Ohio. 9 to entry 255, Rex Quam, Wanamingo, Minnesota. And 10th place to entry 271, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, 5-star J, Patoka, Indiana. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Shropshires, first place went to 141 City Limit Sheep, 1538 Jaden Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to 144 Rife, 15170 Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. Third place to entry number 128 Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 126 Jaden Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to entry number 134 Eric Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 6 to 129 Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to entry number 143 WEG and I-80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 8th place to entry 136 Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. 9 to entry number 117 Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 10 to entry 127 Fritz Farm, Unionville, Tennessee.
Jefferson rescind?
No, that's a good question. Hey, Gary, get your butt over here. This Thompson, which Thompson is it? Is it Tad Thompson? It was Tad Thompson. It wasn't five-star J Thompson. Okay, you ready? You may have to help me here. Placing on the Suffolk pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Knutson Girls of Centerville, South Dakota. Second to Ruby Mountain Sheep Company of Spring Creek, Nevada. Third to Rex Quam of Wanamingo, Minnesota. Four to Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth to James Knable, Suffolk of Antioch, Illinois. Sixth to Renview Farms of Pigeon, Michigan. 7, Jackie Elke. Of Barrett, Minnesota. And 8 to Hoskins Stock Farm
Jefferson, Iowa.
of Jefferson, Iowa.
The female show was really, really deep, and I think these individual class winners and the respected seconds in here are certainly a great representation of the Suffolk breed. I think we've got some outstanding individuals out here. I think as we look across the lineup of sheep that we have out here, I think we've got sheep that look like Suffolk sheep. I think we found some females that have some added rib shape and capacity about them. I think sheep that are broody in their look, but also feminine in their appearance, but also have enough evidence of growth and future growth in these females as well as they continue to grow and mature. A guy can't go wrong picking any one of these for their junior champion and reserve junior champion. But with that being said, why don't we congratulate these exhibitors with a nice round of applause, and I'll go select your grand and reserve junior champions.
For the Suffolks, now ready to show for champion and reserve champion fitted ewe. So we need that senior champion and reserve along with the junior champion and reserve junior champion just picked. Junior champion goes to entry number 210, first in the January ULAM class, Knutson, Suffolk, 15-12. Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. The reserve junior champion goes to the class winner in the early February ULAM class, 228, Ruby Mountain Sheep, 15-13, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Again, now ready to show for overall champion, Fitted U.
Here in this March ULAM class, really like what we have out here as far as our class winner. You know, I kind of expect my Januaries to look like Januaries, my Februaries look like Februaries, my Marches look like Marches, and this little ULAM, I tell you what, she's just as fresh as you can get her. She's in the right shape, right conditioning. I could just see a lot of grow left in her, man. She's just going to keep on coming. Man, when you get her cranked up, I just love the way she comes together in through that neck and shoulder. She's got the right, like I've talked about before, she's got a really cool look to her top, the right shape to her top as of right now. Big old hip in her. She's really good on those feet and legs. Really elegant in her lines, her straightness of spine, the way she comes down already, the development in the lower portion of that rib and out to that flank. I think this is going to be a special one to another year. She's really a nice one. The ULAM in second, a little further along in her development, a little more cover over her rib than we have in the ULAM right above her. But here's another really big outline type of a female as far as blown out apart in her rib. Same way with through her hip. I'd like to clean her up in her conditioning, clean her up a little bit in her chest floor, you know, to get around the ULAM right above her. But this is an awfully, awfully good one. ULAM in third, I thought for a while I was going to use her. I really like her up through her front end. She is really sweet. She's got that neck junction that comes into her shoulder. She's really good when you're analyzing that first third of her body. She's really straight out through her spine. She wants to shorten up in through that hip compared to the three right above her. She's really sound, really cool. If I could extend her out another 2 or 3 inches, we could move her right up in the second hole very easily. But being a little shorter, we just need to keep her there. I moved this fourth place ewe up for a big frame sheep here in the March. She's really youthful. She's got the right amount of condition to her. You can tell her she's young. She's got a great shape to her. She wants to round a little more out through that hip. I'd like to level that hip out and give her a little more of a natural set to her muscle shape. But in order to change her to move her any higher, and I'd like to shorten her ear up a good bit also. The ULAM in fifth, I really like. I think she's, again, another really cool looking one. She gets a little rounder in her shoulder. She gets a little rounder off in her hip when we start to compare her with the ones right above her. But she's really, really cool when you're looking at her off the side. Another nice ULAM. Really a nice set of March ULAMs. Congratulations to all of you for a great set. Thank you.
Placing on the Shropshire March and later born ewe lamb class, first to entry 157, Flanders VIP 5150, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to entry 162, Clark 1586, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place to entry number 154, Fritz Farm, Unionville, Tennessee. 4 to entry number 150, WG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 5 to 161, Randy and Julie Rife, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 6th place to 163, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 7 to 166, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 8th place to entry number 153, Merzinski Farms, Eric Merzinski, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 9 to entry 159, Bryant Schrops, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 10 to 149, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas.
It's been a privilege to evaluate the Suffolk female show out here, and when we bring the senior champion and the junior champions out here for our champion lineup, I think we've got 4 just really good, outstanding individuals. I think as we look at these 4, I think we found some pretty nice pieces to work with today, and certainly the classes were deep all the way through. With that being said, I think the decision gets pretty easy for me. Let's congratulate these exhibitors one more time with a round of applause, and I'll go select your Grand and Reserve champion fitted Suffolk ewes.
For the Suffolk show, our champion fitted ewe is 165. 165 came out of Class 1 of our yearling ewes. Our senior champion ewe, Knutson Suffolks, 145. Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. The reserve champion ewe for the fitted division is 194. Our reserve senior champion ewe, first place out of the Class 3 yearling ewes, Bobby KJ Lansing, 4209. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready to do our best-headed ram overall, so we need both slick and fitted. Best-headed ram. Placing on the pairs for the Shropshire Ewe Lamb Show. First place in the pair went to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third place to Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to Eric Merzinski, Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 5 to Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. 6th place to Randy and Julie Reif, Yellow Springs, Ohio. 7, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 8th place to WEG and I-80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 9 to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. And 10th place to Brady Miller of Lafayette, Indiana. Now showing Shropshire Junior Champion ewe. Following that, we will show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. then group of 3 lambs, and then the flock. For the suffix, following the best-headed ram, we'll do best-headed ewe, and then we'll do fitted flock before we go into our Grand Champion Ram, Grand Champion ewe drive.
These ewe lamb classes have really been fun to judge. I'm really happy with what I've seen here today and how in my opinion, the Shropshire breed's starting to make that turn and get into a realm where, you know what, it's going to be a lot of fun and we can make some money at it. And that's what it's all about. I really like these 6 females. I like what they bring out here. I like the youthfulness about them. You know, The January looks like a January, and the February looks like a February, and the March looks like a March. Wow, that's something. You know, they are really cool in their design. I mean, we've got females that are sound. They've got some bone on them. I think they got plenty of bone, personally. You know, I grew up in the Shrop business, and you know, Shrops are supposed to have a little lighter bone than what hams are supposed to have. You know, and so, you know, I think we need to keep that in consideration. I think these ewe lambs have plenty of bone. They've got killer looks to them. I mean, you can, I'm telling you, you can sell females like this any day of the week. I mean, you can ask whatever you want for them. They are good. I like the straightness of lines. I like the depth of body. I mean, we got depth of body in these sheep. We got depth of rib. We got some depth of flank. They equal out. They percent out extremely well, and they got a lot of grow left into them. And you know, we've got sheep out here that represent the whole realm of what the Shropshires are trying to do, and I think that's really cool because we've got them out here. It's been really exciting. I've talked enough about these 6. They're awfully good. I could take all 6 of them home right now, and I tell you what, to another year where I take these and breed them the right way, man. You can do whatever you want to. You can set the world on fire, and I congratulate you, Shropshire breeders, for being able to make this turn and make this happen, because these are awfully good females, and it's going to be really exciting. The ones I picked to go out for Champion U, because that's going to be an exciting time to be able to make that happen. So let's put our hands together and give these exhibitors a round of applause for what I consider just a tremendous set of females.
Best headed ram for the Suffolk show is entry number 151 out of the February fitted Ram Lamb class, Silver Dollar, PIA 5056, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Now ready for best headed ewe for the Suffolks. For the Shropshires, our junior champion ewe is entry 141 out of the February ewe lamb class, City Limit Sheep Farm 1538, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve goes to 157 out of the March and later ewe lamb class, Flanders VIP 5150, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe for the Shropshires. Shropshire exhibitors, your next class will be group of 3 lambs. Group of 3 lambs, and then your flock class. Best-headed ewe for the Suffolk Show goes to entry 168. She was in the first class of fitted yearling ewes. Ruby Mountain, 1412. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Again, now ready for fitted flock. Fitted flock to the ring, please.
Here in your Shropshire end, really excited about these females that we've seen. You know, it's been a real privilege for me to be able to come here this year and be allowed to judge your national show. It's like I said, it's a real privilege to be able to do that. What a great set of females that we've had. We had a good set of stud bucks that we saw earlier. I'm really excited about the 4 that we've had out here. Man, the class has been extremely deep, and really like the way that this turn is making, and we can sure make money in this Shropshire breed. It's going to be close because I think we got some females that are very, very like, and they're awfully good. They look like Shrops. They're good on their feet and legs. They've got a great body shape into them. They've got some meat and muscle, but yet they got some femininity about them, and they're going to continue on to grow, especially those ewe lambs. Boy, just are really neat to look at and to be able to be a part of. Again, congratulations to the ones that are out here. Congratulations to the ones back in the barn, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to come out here and be able to sort your sheep today. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
In the fitted flock class, first place in the flock and also the winner of the premier exhibitor for the fitted division is Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place in the flock, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. And third to Rex Quam of Wanamingo, Minnesota. Now ready to show for our Grand Champion Ram, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. So we need the fitted champion in reserve along with the slick sheared champion in reserve in the ring at this time. Now ready for flock class for the Shropshires. Shropshire flock. Placing on the group of 3 lambs for the Shropshire show. First place goes to Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to Eric Merzinski, Merzinski Farms, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 5 to Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 6 to WEG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. And 7 to Emily Anderson of Macon, Missouri. placing on the flock class for the Shropshire Show. First place in the flock, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place in flock goes to Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 4 to Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. That does conclude your national show for the Shropshires. Our judge for the show has been Tim Fleener of Pennsylvania. Final call for these fleeces to be turned in. You've got till 6 o'clock. Savannah Martin, Marilyn Fogel, Joe and Alex Ledlam, Allison Unger. 6 o'clock, they close it. Also at 5 o'clock, if you have not signed up for tomorrow's classes on the breeding sheep show for the Open, if you're showing tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the books close on that as well, and you will not be allowed to show.
Let's give these Suffolk Ram exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think we've got 4 outstanding individuals out here. Judge Neal and I talked things out, and we kind of discussed the sheep and talked about them. I think we can't go wrong with any one of the Rams out here for our champions today. For us today, we're going to go ahead and use the fitted yearling Ram for our champion buck today. We're going to come back and use the slick Ram for reserve. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. Thank you.
Grand Champion Ram for the Suffolk Show is entry 115. 115 was our fitted champion. 115 was out of our yearling Ram class, Buckaroo Bonsai, Ruby Mountain 1405, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve Grand Champion was our Slickshorn Champion Ram, entry number 23, out of the late Slickshorn Junior Ram Lamb class, McLaughlin Griffin 1544, Kyle McCulley Suffolks of At Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U. Our judges today for the Suffolk show. Doing the fitted Suffolks was Skip Anderson, Fargo, North Dakota. And Jeff Neal did the slickshorn portion of the Suffolks. Jeff's from Tiffin, Ohio. Let's give both of them a nice round of applause for their work out here with the Suffolks today. Judging your National Cotswold Show today is Tor Sorensen of Houstonia, Missouri. Tor is the general manager of the Southern Arizona International Livestock Association. He's raised sheep for 30 years, and he also is raising and showing llamas. Let's welcome Tor Sorensen to your National Cotswold Show.
Well, in this yearling U class, we've really got 4 outstanding individuals. I think all of you standing around the sidelines can appreciate the quality of these individuals. You know, they're the fitted U's and the slick shorn U's are obviously different body types and different kinds, but they're all elite individuals, and you have to respect them and honor them really for their excellence in their own right. I think, in my own opinion, Skip and I talked, I think this placing in this pair of U's is much closer in my mind than the Rams was, and we kind of haggled back and forth and debated on different ways that we could gain consensus on the individuals that we picked, but in the end we agreed, and we're going to use the yearling U. Big, impressive female, very nicely balanced, beautiful ewe, structurally really an elite individual. And I think in a very close second, we're going to use the ewe lamb. We'd want to congratulate all these exhibitors, some tremendous individuals. It's been a great show.
Our grand champion ewe goes to the champion fitted ewe. Entry 165 out of the first class of yearling ewes. Knutson, Suffolk, 145. Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. The reserve grand champion Suffolk ewe was our Slickshorn champion ewe. Entry number 68 out of the January ewe lamb class. Slack, 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. That does conclude our Suffolk show. Ready to move into that Corriedale show, we need yearling rams to the ring.
Certainly a very nice way to start out our National Cotswold Show here. We've got 4 yearling bucks out here that I think could go into a lot of flocks and do an awful lot of good. I think the ram that wins for me, easily the most complete in terms of his soundness. Would I like to darken his nose up just a tick? Yes, I would. You get your hands on him. He's big and massive down his top, really long down his top. Nice set of feet and legs. You open up that fleece. Pretty uniform from front to rear. I think kind of a handy winner. The buck that comes next in line, obviously, as you get back and look at him, he's super long in terms of his overall profile. Is he going to be the tallest ram out here? Certainly not. In terms of his fleece, he's got the advantage in that he is the most uniform from front to rear. He's got more length of lock and I think a better structure in terms of that lock as compared to the 3 that are going to stand on either side of him. A ram that, if we could, we might like to explode him up just a notch in terms of his overall shoulder height to kind of balance him out. Again, like I said, he's super long. Maybe you give him just a notch more length of neck and some cannon to really make a run at this buck. But I think, again, his fleece characteristics are going to put him over the ram that comes in third. A sheep I really admire, if we could change the structure in terms of his hocks, give him a little more angulation there, we might be able to move him up the line. The ram that rounds out the class, maybe just a little more mature in terms of its overall look, a little coarser up through his front end. He changes a notch more. He's a little coarser in terms of that lock. I like to change that about him. But again, 4 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the yearling Rams White Division for the Cotswold National Show. First place to entry 2, Eid 295, Robert Eid, Addyville, Illinois. Second to entry 1, BHF 418, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Third to entry 3, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 4 to entry 4, Kinsey Meyer. Judging our Corriedale show today is Steve Taylor of Timblin, Pennsylvania. He and his wife Stacy and daughter Callie own Jadewood Farms, where they raise Hampshires, Border Leicesters, and Shropshire sheep, as well as belted Galloway cattle. Steve has raised sheep his entire life, while also trimming and consulting for several flocks across the country. He is heavily involved in mentoring numerous young people in the sheep industry with both breeding and market-based programs. Steve has judged from California to Maine over the past 25 years, as well as having the privilege to judge here at Louisville on numerous occasions. Let's welcome Steve Taylor to your Corriedale show.
We get over here onto the Cotswold side, our senior buck lambs. I think we've got a handy kind of a winner to lead off with. A ram maybe he's not quite as rugged in terms of his bone work as our second place ram, but I think a sheep that you get your hands on him. He's super big down his top, really bold and deep in terms of his rib structure. A ram that I think is certainly very adequate in terms of his fleece. My biggest thing is when you put him into motion, I think he takes the longest, most free stride of the three rams in the class, and I think pretty, as I said, pretty handy kind of a winner. Ram that comes next in line, obviously a notch behind in terms of his development. He's still got his lamb's teeth as opposed to our class winner at this point. Maybe a notch finer in terms of his grade with his fleece. Again, a sheep, but we're not seeing quite the dimension and ruggedness that we've got in that class winner, but I think a handy kind of a second. Our ram that comes third, again, a nice fleeced one. A sheep that's a little piecier made, especially up through his top. He's a little heavier through his brisket. Put him into motion. He's not quite as fluid as the two that are going to be above him, but again, a nice class of senior buck lambs.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the Cotswolds in the white division, first to entry 5, Meyer, 1510, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 7, Eade, 319, Robert Eade, Addyville, Illinois. And third to entry 6, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. in the Corriedale ring, before our judge discusses this first class, I'd like to ask that we take a moment of silence. Last week we lost one of our Corriedale breeders and folks that's been here at the North American for a number of years when Ruth Hartman passed away. So if you'll just join us for a moment of silence with the Corriedale Show. Thank you.
Test. There we go. Over in your Corriedale side, sure glad to be here today. We've got some difference in type and kind. I'm going to start off with, I think, the most complete ram in the class. He moves out on a good set of feet and legs. When you handle him, you really like the straight top that this ram has. He's real pretty up through that front end, and when he moves about the ring, he's very free and easy in his movement. Such is our next ram, not carrying the fleece maybe that we have on the ram. A little shorter fleece, but very consistent from front to rear. But boy, when this ram walks, he's just so free and easy around the ring. And I think we really got to keep him in mind for that. We get to our next buck, shortens up a little bit on the side profile for me. I like this ram. I'd like to see him a little more consistent from front to rear on each fleece, but I think a good doable ram. A really large ram is our next ram, the longest bodied ram by far in the class. I really like that about him. I don't think he's ready for the show today. A ram that maybe done some breeding at home, but a ram, there is a lot of good pieces in this ram, and I think we can look at a ram that will really go out and do some work. But far as being in the green sawdust today, he's just not quite there yet. We get to our next ram, another ram that I like the way they move across the ring. Really moves very free and easy across the ring. Once again, I'd like to see him a little more consistent in his fleece. I'd like to see him maybe a little more extended into his front end, but there's not a bad ram in this class. I think there's pieces and parts in each and every one of them. Our next ram in class, a big rugged ram. I guess if we could change his bite work just a little bit, we could change about that and get him up in the class a little farther. But a nice set of rams. Congratulations to you all.
Now ready for senior ram lambs for the Corriedales. Placing on that class of yearling rams for the Corriedales, first place goes to entry number 5, Dewdrop 420 New Horizons, Dewdrop Farm, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 3, Limekiln 90, Limekiln Farm, Limekiln, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 1, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry number 6, Morris Corriedales, Lerna, Illinois. And 5 to entry 4, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 6th place to entry 2, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio.
either going off or ready.
I come home every night, but it's after dark.
You want to give him right? Wait.
We get in here to our junior Cotswold. I think we've got several nice bucklands all the way down. A couple come to the top for me in terms of their extension, their growthiness, really good in terms of their feet and leg structure. I think we've just got a notch more strength to our toes in our class winner than we do the ram that's going to stand here in second. You put him into motion. He wants to get just a notch knucklier in terms of his front pasterns. Like to strengthen him up there. But again, I think two really good ones to lead off the class. The next lamb that comes in line, our third place lamb, a sheep that's just getting a little shorter in terms of his stature. He may be a notch behind in terms of his overall age of calendar, just not enough sheep to really run with the two guys that are going to stand above him. Ram that comes next in line, super long in terms of his overall pattern, a ram that's really got a pretty fleece about him, maybe not quite the structure in terms of the strength of his toes, maybe not the extension that we see up through his front end as the three that are going to stand above him, but again, really a pretty fleece on this guy. Probably see him come back later for our best fleece competition. Next lamb that comes in line, a sheep that's a little funkier in terms of his rear pasterns. He wants to be a little bowed in terms of his hocks as you put him into motion, a little softer on those pasterns, like to change that to get him to move up the line. And then we have three that are standing over there. Again, really good fleece lambs. We've got some structure issues up in some front legs I'd like to change to get him any higher. Nice class of buck lambs.
Hello, test. Okay, we're a little shorter on the cord here today. An interesting set of fall lambs. The most complete rams on top. I mean, just he's not maybe carrying quite the condition we've got in some of the other rams, but boy, when he watches this buck move about the ring, he's just so smooth. Just a complete package for me. I really like the ruggedness of this next ram. Ram that really has a lot of rib shape to him. I like that about him. I'd like to see him trail off that back leg just a little bit for me, but I like the style this sheep has as far as the rib shape. I like the consistency in his face. A little younger ram, or maybe younger appearing ram in our next ram. A ram in his own right is really a nice ram. I like to bring that dock set just up a little bit. I know we're talking about wool sheep, but that doesn't hurt at all. But a nice set of fall rams. Congratulations. Well, we haven't seen a lot of Corriedale rams yet today, but I'm real happy with what we have seen. You're going to get an idea. I want a good, complete sheep. I want some sheep. I like a big sheep. Don't get me wrong. I like a sheep that has some size on them, but they've got to be complete to go along with it. And I think we have a representation with that. And with that said, congratulations to all your exhibitors, but I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion and reserve senior.
Not a lot of numbers here for our White Cotswold Show, but certainly a really good representation of the breed. I think a lot of quality all the way down. It's certainly been my privilege to come. I evaluated this breed several years ago, and certainly we haven't gone anywhere but up in terms of our quality. Congratulations. I'll go out and select a champion reserve. Look forward to the girls.
check. For the Cotswolds, the white division junior Ram Lamb class placing went first place to entry 14, Eade 324, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. Second to entry 12, Meyer 1535, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 13, Kinsey Meyer. Fourth to 16, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 5 to 15, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. Sixth place to 10, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 7 to entry 9, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. And 8 to entry 11, Bear Hill Farms. In the pairs, first place went to Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. Second to Kinsey Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Our grand champion Ram went to the first place yearling Ram. Entry number 2, Eade 295, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion to the first place senior Ram Lamb. Entry 5, Meyer 1510, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. For our Corriedale's senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 9, Limekiln 171, Limekiln Farm, Limekiln, Pennsylvania. Second to entry number 7, BWH 3723, Merlau and Craig, Corriedale, St. Joseph, Illinois. And third place to entry 10, Merlau and Craig, Corriedale's, St. Joseph, Illinois. Our senior champion went to the first place yearling ram, entry number 5, Dewdrop 4-20, New Horizons, Dewdrop Farm, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve went to our first place in the senior ram lamb class, Limekiln 171, Limekiln Farm, Limekiln, Pennsylvania. Now showing intermediate ram lambs.
Really a fantastic set of white yearling ewes here for the Cotswold side. I think we've got a couple of contenders that lead themselves to the top pretty handily. The ewe that's going to lead off, I think she's just naturally more elevated up to her front end, and that's not the only reason she's winning. I think she's a little nicer out through her hips. She's a little straighter, truer, really true in terms of her top structure, plenty of rib and volume. I want to pull the color off of her legs. I'll be the first to admit and get that cleaned up just a notch. I think she's really good in terms of her fleece and the way she's made. She's going to win it for me today. Ewe that comes next in line, really tremendous in her own right. If we could just maybe elevate her up through the front end. She wants to run downhill just a notch on us. And as I said, she's a little rounder in terms of her hip structure. Really like the fleece on her. Like the fact that she's a little freer of color, little give and take. Ewe that comes next in line, just a little coarser up through her front. She's a little shorter coupled all the way through. I think a nice fleeced ewe, a ewe that fits into this third hole pretty handily for me. To get her any higher, we're going to have to stretch her out all the way around. Young man's ewe that comes next in line, I admire the fact that he's got probably a 7 or 8 inch staple length there, and there isn't any matting or felting, and that lock structure is really pretty true from end to end, really uniform. We could pull her up in her hip and maybe just make her a notch bigger in her overall stature and give her just a notch more bone. We might be able to move her up the road, but today I think, again, admire the fleece on that ewe very much. Next ewe that comes in line gets a little shorter in terms of her overall makeup. She wants to be just a notch easier in terms of those back feet. I think in terms of her fleece design and her structure, she's going to have the advantage over the ewes that are going to stand in our lower, 6th through 8th over here. And so we're going to keep her in that top 5. But again, we've got some nice females down here. I'd like to change some fleeces on some of them, maybe give a little more strength to tops to get them up the line any higher today.
On the Corriedale side, we got a really nice set of buck lambs here. I really like these buck lambs all the way through. I like the consistency that some of these rams really have in these fleeces. But I'll tell you, the ram that brings it all together for me is this ram. He's the largest ram in the ring, but he's one of the freshest rams when you get your hands on him. Just really fresh down that top. Very consistent from front to rear in that fleece. A really nice buck lamb. We get to our next buck lamb. I love the dock set this ram has. Just a wonderful dock set. Maybe not as extended, maybe don't have as length of body on him, and maybe not quite as consistent as the buck we have in the front, but a nice pair of bucks. A really nice buck next in line. Wants to get a little piecey for me when he gets out on the move. He maybe doesn't handle as smooth down that top, but I love the fleece on this ram. I like there's a lot of good things about the ram. Maybe today he's not maybe being the show sheep we'd like him to be, but I think there's a lot of good pieces. A real complete ram for me next. Maybe moves about the ring real nice. I like the way he stands on these toes. He's really super on those feet and legs. Maybe gives up some length of body, squareness of hip with some of the other sheep. But I tell you, there's some nice rams out here. A real fresh ram, our next ram. I really think like this ram next year as a yearling buck's going to be very interesting. He's got some bone. He's got foot size. He's got extension. He's just getting out horsed in this class today. But I tell you, a nice set of bucks. We get to some of our bucks. I want to spend a little time on these bucks down here. Beautiful fleeces on these rams. They just giving up a little length of body to some of the sheep above them. Maybe giving up that total structure as far as the foot size and the bone and the work that we have on them. But a nice set of rams from front to rear. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Now ready for Cotswold White Division Senior Ewe Lambs. For the Corriedales, we're ready for Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Cotswolds in the White Division, first to entry 22, Eade 299, Robert Eade, Addyville, Illinois. Second to entry number 26, Meyer 595, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to entry 21, Kinsey Meyer. 4 to entry 25, Becky O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 5 to entry 20, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 6 to 19, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 7 to 23, Bear Hill Farms. And 8 to 24, Robert Eade, Addyville, Illinois. Placing on the yearling ewe pair class, first place goes to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to Robert Eade, Addyville, Illinois. And third to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Placing on the Corriedale Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, Wolf 047, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to 14, Wolf 048, Wolf Brothers Livestock. Third to entry 18, Bruce Hoffman and Family, Rockham, South Dakota. 4 to entry 12, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to entry 20, Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 6 to entry 19, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio. 7 to 15, Peters Corriedales. And 8 to entry 16, Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota.
We'll get into our senior ewe lambs here. I think we've got an awful good one to lead off the class with. Maybe a little harder for the young lady to get her shown quite as adeptly as her mom, but she's a good enough sheep. She can kind of show herself. Beautiful fleece on this ewe. Really nice in terms of her feet and leg structure. Extremely big and rugged in her bone. A lot of depth to her side. I think just a handy kind of a winner. Ewe that's going to stand here next in line a little more extended up to her front end. She's not quite as long in terms of her overall pattern. Maybe just a notch higher at her hip than she is at her shoulder at this point in the time of her life. I think she's just a little neater fronted, just a little more sheep in terms of beating the ewe that's going to stand here in third. A ewe that shortens up a little more. Again, you appreciate the depth of side and the rib that she brings to the table. Maybe not quite as uniform from front to rear in terms of, especially get down into that britch, is a little coarser. The ewe that rounds out our class, maybe just not enough of her today. Maybe not quite as nice and true down her top. Nice female winner on the right. Congratulations.
Now ready for Cotswold White Division Junior ewe lambs, please. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first to entry 27, Meyer, 1516. Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 30, Eade, 326, Robert Eade, Addyville, Illinois. Third to entry 29, Robert Eade. And 4 to entry 28, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Really a nice group of rams out here. They're all real complete across the board. It's really hard for me to sort them out. There's pieces I like in each and every one of them. I think the most complete ram makes his way to the top for me. He's very consistent in his fleece. I like the bone work he has. I like the foot size he has. When you handle this ram, he's very nice down that front. He's very consistent as you go back and you go through that fleece. I tell you, a long appearing ram is our next ram. Maybe not as tall at the point of the shoulder. A ram that handles really light. He wants to ball up a little bit when he walks, but I like the foot size this sheep has as well. We get to our next buck, a buck that I like as far as his capacity, the size of bone that he has. He maybe gets a little different off of those feet and legs for me today. If I could change that about him, I'd get him up higher in the class. Our next ram, another good ram that comes together. If I could darken this nose on this ram a little bit, we could get him higher. But I tell you, just subtle differences in these rams. Congratulations. Thank you.
For the Corriedales, now ready to show for pair of ram lambs. Corriedale pair ram lambs, please. Placing on the junior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 26, Seals 251, Merlau and Craig Corriedale, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 24, BWH 3778, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. Third to entry 22, Bruce Hoffman and family, and 4 to 23, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio.
In this junior champion drive, I think we've got 4 Rams out here that really come together nice for me. I like the way they move about the ring. I think the quality of sheep out here is definitely here. The consistency in the fleeces are really kind of neat. I think when we start putting these sheep together and we start analyzing Rams for the future and for your breed, I think we need to keep all these things in mind. But I like these 2 Rams in class, and I'm going to go ahead and stick with these pair. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations. I'm going to go back over with these young men over here. Congratulations, you guys, as well. Good job.
Junior champion ram for the Corriedale show goes to entry number 13, first place intermediate ram lamb, Wolf 047, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve junior champion ram goes to entry 14, second in the intermediate ram lamb class, also Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Now showing pair of ram lambs. Following that, we'll show for grand and reserve grand champion. Placing on the Corriedale pair of ram lambs, first place went to Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. Fourth to Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. And 5 to Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio.
It sure has been fun judging these Corriedale Rams. I think we've got 4 Rams that I think that any breeder could go out and have success with and take them back to the farm and get those things done that they need to. We've got consistency in our fleeces. We got consistency in our movement. I think just a really good set of sheep all the way through. But I'll tell you, there was 2 that struck me, and I always, when I walk in somebody's barn and I look at a sheep and I look at there's one, it catches my eye. 9 chances out of 10, if that one's for sale, that's the one that walks out of it gets in my truck. And if that's the case, this buck lamb will be your champion buck. And I'm going to go right back and get the other one. Congratulations. 2 nice rams. Thank you.
Grand champion Corriedale Ram goes to entry number 13, our junior champion. Out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Wolf 047, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve grand champion was second in that intermediate Ram Lamb class. Our reserve junior champion, entry 14, Wolf 048, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Ready for early yearling ewes, Corriedale early yearling ewes. Those animals born prior to and including February 15.
Really a fantastic set of junior ewe lambs here for the Cotswold side. I think we've got sheep that we could go all the way down the line with, and any different person could come out here and justify where they're going to start the class with them. For me, I think we've got a couple up here that are pretty complete. The ewe that wins for me, obviously she's larger in terms of her overall frame size. She may give up just a tick in terms of the advantage in the uniformity of her fleece from front to rear as compared to the ewe that's going to stand here in second to her. I think she's just a notch longer in terms of her overall profile, especially out through her hip, than is our second place ewe. Females that put their feet down where they need to, I think in terms of their bone and their structure, they're certainly very adequate. I think really an extended, kind of a pretty-headed ewe to lead off our class with. Nice female. Ewe that comes next in line, obviously shorter in her overall profile as I read their teeth. One of the younger lambs in the class. I think, again, a female that's extremely well-balanced, super straight down her top, has the advantage of being really uniform from front to britch in terms of her fleece. Nice set of feet and legs. I find her a pretty handy kind of a second. Ewe that comes next in line, obviously bigger and longer in her overall profile. You get your hands on her. She's a little softer right there behind her shoulder. Would like to change that about her. Maybe just change her fleece a notch to make it a little fancier to move her up the line. Probably the pounds heavy ewe is going to stand here in fourth. A ewe that earlier I was able to live with some color in the yearling ewe class, but that was a fantastic kind of a female. This is an awfully good ewe in her own right. Excuse me, she's a little plainer about her fleece, if you will. Obviously, if we tip the scale, she's going to be the big gal in the class. Like the strength of her feet and legs. Again, change that color. She's got it on her face. She's got it on her feet. We'd like to change that about her. Round out the class with probably what's going to be the most extreme design. Well, she is the most extreme design today. A female that you put her into motion, she's a little shorter and choppier about her stride. She wants to get a little easier on her back pasterns. I'd just like to see just a notch more of her today. Drop her in her rear flank, give her just a notch more to really compete with these four that are going to stand above. Nice set of females on our second line. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cotswold White Division Junior U Lambs, first place to entry 37, Eade 329, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. Second place to 35, Casey 1573, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. Third to entry 40, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 39, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 5 to entry 32, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 6th place to 36, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 7 to entry 38, Robert Eade, Abbeville, Illinois. 8th place to 33, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 9 to 31, Bear Hill Farms. And 10 to 34, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now showing pair of ewe lambs for the White Division Cotswolds. placing on the Cotswold Show's class of pair of ewe lambs. First place goes to Kinsey Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to Robert Eade, Adaville, Illinois. Third to Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 4 to Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California.
Certainly has been a tremendous female show here for the white division in the Cotswolds. As I said earlier, had the opportunity to do this a few years ago, and again, the quality certainly doesn't disappoint. I think we've got one female here that strikes me pretty hard, and if I was to start up a Cotswold show or breeding program, excuse me, I'd want to include her. That's going to be this fall ewe lamb. I think she's just an awfully good one. Congratulations to you. From there, a little more give and take as far as what we're going to go with reserve. I think we've got an awfully good spring lamb here, and a really complete kind of a yearling ewe here. I'm going to read into the future and go with this spring ewe lamb. I think she's just a notch more fault-free in terms of her breed type. Congratulations to you guys.
Before you
Now ready to show for best fleece, and then young flock, and then flock, please, for the Cotswold. Our grand champion ewe is entry number 27, the first place senior ewe lamb, Meyer, 1516, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion is entry 37, first place junior ewe lamb, Eade, 329, Robert Eade of Adaville, Illinois. Again, best fleece, then young flock, and then flock.
I'll tell you what, as any sheep breeder, if you can get a pair of yearling ewes like this out in the ring, I mean, these are a pair of rock stars. There's a good set of ewes here, period, but there's two ewes. And I'll tell you, there's one subtle difference that really separates these two ewes in my book. The ewe that I'm starting with is just so complete, and she handles straight down that top. She's carrying very little wool on her, but enough to analyze. But I'll tell you, she is just a super female, and so goes for our next ewe. And I'll tell you, the only way I separated these two ewes, when I watched this second place ewe trail off, she wants to get a little close in her track. If I could change that about her, she'd win the class easy. But I'll tell you, two really extremely good females. And not taking anything away from our next ewe, I think a ewe that maybe giving up some bone work to the ewe above her, but I like the length of body. I like the consistency of the fleece that she has. We get to our next ewe, a ewe in my mind that gets she's a little bit more over those ribs, and I'd like to see her. She doesn't maybe trail out on them wheels like I'd like to see her, but a ewe that you really handled super straight down that top. A really youthful ewe is our next ewe, and I know that is a yearling ewe, but a ewe that's really fresh when you handle. I love the fleece when you part the fleece on this ewe from front to rear, but a very nice set of ewes. Congratulations, you exhibitors. You should be very happy.
Kind of fun to judge these best fleeces and whether everybody would agree with me or not. I think we've got 6 animals out here that are contending. In my estimation, I've narrowed it down to 2. One tends to be a little towards the finer end, and then one is a little coarser in terms of his grade, or its grade. But I think that, and I'll tell you, our contenders are the spring ewe lamb right here and the ewe lamb right here. Congratulations, young man. Good job of keeping that fleece fresh. Really good from end to end. Our reserve, if we had it, right here.
Best fleece animal for the White Cotswold Show goes to entry number 25, South Fork Ranch SF 150, Becky O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana.
as we round out the White Cotswold Show. Certainly, again, it's been my pleasure. A lot of quality here, not tremendous numbers, but I think just a really good representation of flocks from across the country. We're going to leave the groups as they stand. If we could build an ideal flock, we'd be able to take a piece from each one of these, or a couple pieces from each one of these, and come up. There's some individuals maybe that aren't as strong as their counterparts, but I think when it's all said and done, from my right to left, that's how we're going to leave them standing. Congratulations to y'all. It's been a pleasure.
Placing on the flock class, first in the flock goes to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Robert Eade of Attiville, Illinois. And third in flock is Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. That does conclude the white division of your National Cotswold Show. Now ready to go to natural colored.
Single entry here in our natural colored Cotswold division. Unfortunately, we don't have any competition for him. A nice, rugged, robust kind of a buck that moves out on a nice set of feet and legs. You open up his fleece, got a little bit of cotton going on, but I think in terms of his lock structure and formation, pretty uniform from front to rear. We'll look at him a little harder when we bring back our buck lambs for our champion reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of yearling rams for the natural colored Cotswolds, first to entry 41, Melvin, HV 15, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
Again, a single entry here for our senior Ram Lamb class in the natural colored Cotswolds. A buck that, again, is very similar to our yearling buck in terms of the way he's made, really rugged in terms of his bone, got a lot of rib shape to him. Again, the fleece changes just a notch, maybe a little easier right there behind his shoulder, but again, we'll look at him when we bring back our junior buck lambs for champion reserve. Congratulations.
Keep here longer.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Cotswold Natural Colored, first to entry 42, Mason, HV 20, Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for junior Ram Lambs.
Well, I do apologize for taking as much time as I have out here with this set of yearling ewes, but this is another set of good females, and I haven't judged a lot of Corriedales, but a good sheep's a good sheep. I guess what sorts me out on this ewe at the top, I like their length of body. When she presents out longer than our second ewe. When she trails out, she trails out. She really works good on a set of feet and legs. And when you really get your hands on her, there's a lot of sheep here and very consistent in her fleece from front to rear. Granted, she's a little more wool on this ewe than our ewe in second, but I just think this is a phenomenal female when she really brings it together. So goes for our next ewe, a ewe that I just love the rib shape that this ewe has. I'd like to have a little more bone compared to the ewe in front, but I'll tell you, I'd take a ewe like this all day long. I guess where it gets close for me, I like the consistency in her fleece. She's a little shorter in her fleece. She's maybe not as good out into that rump structure as the ewe we have in first place. Our next ewe, a really fresh ewe, a ewe that when we handle her out that rump structure, she's very flat and level. I like that, very consistent in her fleece. This ewe's carrying a lot more wool than the other two ewes above, but I'd also like to see this ewe maybe have a tick more bone, maybe a little square on those front legs. But I'll tell you, 3 really nice ewes. We get to another next ewe, not a bad ewe, just not quite the bone work we have in the ewes above. Our next ewe, same way with her. I'd like to lengthen her out a little bit, put a little more bone work. But congratulations, a really nice set of females.
Placing on our early yearling ewe class for the Corriedales, first place went to entry number 36, Seals 189, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 30, Fries 403, Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to entry 32, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. 4 to 31, Wolf Brothers Livestocks, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 5 to 35, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio. 6 to 34, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. 7 to entry 29, Rachel Painter, Avella, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 33, Caitlin Wallace, Casstown, Ohio. Placing on the late class, first place to entry number 37, ORF 1441, Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Second to 28, Craig 1415, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third place to entry 38, Wolf Brothers Livestock of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 4 to 27, Craig Sheep Farm, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to entry 29, Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio.
We get into our junior bucklands here for the natural colored Cotswolds. I think we've got a pretty handy kind of a winner. A sheep that's really big in terms of his bone and footwork, super long down his top, really substantial. You get your hands on him, he's just packed full of meat and muscle. You open up his fleece, and very uniform from front to rear. Again, I think just a handy kind of a winner. Ram that comes next in line, greener in terms of his overall condition. He's a little rougher down his top in terms of his spine. A sheep that I think is just sounder on the move. I think he's nicer about his fleece. From front to rear, then is the ram that's going to stand here in second. A ram that, as I watch him on the go, I need to strengthen up those back toes to get him any higher in the class. Again, a really long-bodied kind of a sheep that gives it just a notch more change in terms of his grade as you work your way down low. The ram that comes next in line, the fourth place ram, a ram that's a little shorter and steeper out through his hip. Again, he changes a notch more in terms of his grade. I think he's got the advantage, and there's just a little more sheep there today in terms of his bone work. And muscle shape and in terms of his top. The ram that rounds out our class, a very attractive kind of an individual. Again, he's just a little more refined at this point in time of his life, a little harsher in terms of his condition. We'd like to just maybe mass him up just a notch, maybe change his fleece just a notch, a little lighter to the touch.
For our natural colored Cotswolds, now ready to show for pair of Ram Lambs. Pair Ram Lambs, please. Then we'll show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Corriedales, first place went to Thomas Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place to Merlau and Craig Corriedale, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And four to Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. Now ready for the Corriedales to bring in senior ewe lambs, Corriedale senior ewe lambs. Placing on the junior Ram Lamb class for the Cotswolds, first place to entry 46, Monroe, HV21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to entry 43, Bear Hill Farms, 515, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Third to entry 47, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to entry 44, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. And 5 to 45, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Placing on the pairs of Ram Lamb, first to Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. For the Cotswolds, now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Cotswold Ram, please.
Again, not a lot of numbers here for the Natural Colored Show for the Cotswold division. I think that for me, there's a ram that's going to hit me pretty hard as far as being your champion. That's going to be the Springbuck Lamb. I think just in terms of his overall completeness and soundness, he's going to win this division very handily. Congratulations to you. From there, it gets a little bit of give and take. I think in terms of the soundness issue, for me, I'm hard on feet and legs. We're going to use our reserve or our second place junior buck lamb for reserve. Really like these yearling bucks, or the senior buck and yearling buck, just like to strengthen them up just a notch in terms of their fit structure.
Grand Champion Ram for the Natural Colored Cotswolds goes to entry number 46, first in the junior Ram Lamb class, Monroe, HV 21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Reserve Grand Champion to entry 43, Bear Hill 515, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. which was second place in the Junior Ram Lamb class. Now ready for yearling ewes. Natural colored Cotswold yearling ewes to the ring, please.
And our fall ewe lamb on the Corriedale side, just a real complete female I start with, just tremendous hip. I like this about this sheep. This is probably one of the nicer hips on a wool sheep you'd find. I just love that. You open that fleece, it's very consistent. She's very long-bodied. I think just a tremendous brood ewe. I think you can work 2 or 3 different kinds of bucks on a ewe like this and get away with it. We get to our next ewe. A ewe maybe not as extended, maybe not as narrow. I like the way she moves about the ring. Maybe not as quite as good into that hip structure. I like the fleece there. But just not quite the ewe, the total package that we have in the first place. Our next ewe lamb, when you part the fleece on this ewe lamb, what a gorgeous fleece. I mean, that fleece is so beautiful from Indian. I guess if I wanted to change her, I could change her out of that hip structure just a little bit, but I think a ewe that has a lot of bright future to her. Similar type and kinds, our next ewe, a ewe that maybe doesn't trail out quite as nice, maybe not as extended into that front end as we have in the ewes above her. As we get to our next ewe, a ewe that maybe not carrying the bone work. I like the way she handles down that top. Maybe not the bone work, but a nice set of ewes. I think you'll have fun with them next year. Congratulations.
Now ready to show for Corriedale Senior Champion U and Reserve Senior Champion U. Placing on the Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry number 41, Hoffman 3701, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. Second to entry 48, Faulkner 154, Thomas Fraze, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to entry 45, Ken Brothers, Forest, Ohio. 4 to 42, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. 5 to entry 46, Limekiln Farm, Limekiln, Pennsylvania. 6 to entry 47, Merlau and Craig, Corriedale, St. Joseph, Illinois. 7 to 43, Rachel Painter, Avila, Pennsylvania.
Tell you what, you Corriedale exhibitors, I mean, good sheep's good sheep. I don't care what color they are. I mean, if they can move about the ring, they can move about the ring, and you can handle them down their top. And when you got that kind of female, and each and every one of these females is very useful to me, no matter how you look at it, how you put these sheep together. Yeah, you might have to subtle differences to pick them apart and things that you might change about them or whatever. But I'll tell you what, whenever you got solid females like this out in the ring, I think you're going to have a bright future in the breed. And with that said, congratulations to all you breeders. I'll shake the hand of your champion and reserve senior. Congratulations, guys. Good job. Congratulations.
Senior champion U for the Corriedales is entry number 36. First place early yearling U, Seals 189, Merlau and Craig, Corriedale, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve senior champion goes to the first place in the late yearling U class, entry number 37, ORF 1441, Thomas Freeze of New Salem, North Dakota. Now ready for intermediate U lambs.
We get into our yearling ewes here for the natural colored, and again, I think we've got quality all the way down. We've got several ewes in here that are really nice. In my estimation, there's not one that just really hits me with a hammer and says, I've got to win this. And so it's a little give and take. You were going to start off with, I think, really nice in terms of her feet and leg design. She's really up front, extended up through her front end, nice and true down her top. Got a nice fleece about her. Excuse me, if we could make her perfect, we might like to explode her just a little bit all the way around, give her a notch more ruggedness and size. I think in terms of her completeness and her package today, she's going to win it for me. Young man's ewe that comes next in line, super long-bodied, really a nice female. She's got a nice fleece about her. You put her under motion, and he was having a little issue getting her to go here at the last, but he was a gentleman and led off when the ladies were having some trouble. I think when you put her into motion, she just wants to pull those hocks in just a notch. I'd like to change that about her. Or the ewe that's going to stand here next in line, again, we put her into motion. She wants to be just a notch easy in terms of those back pasterns. I really need to change that about her. I could sail her all the way up the line if we could do that. Unfortunately, we can't. I think she's just a notch fresher about her fleece. She's certainly more consistent in terms of the uniformity than the ewe that's going to stand here next in line, the fourth place ewe, a ewe that you really have to admire. She's beautiful about her head. You really, if you like all the locks hanging in their face, she's got that to offer, really extended up through her front end. You get down into her lower bridge, she changes considerably what she is up there at her shoulder. Our top five ewes we're going to round out with a ewe that's just a little tighter gutted for me. She's a little more refined all the way around. Fleece is just probably seen maybe 30 days too much on her. Not quite as fresh as some of those above her, but certainly, again, a very nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold yearling U class, first to entry 50, SF 453, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. Second to 48, Bear Hill 333, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Third to 54, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to 49, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 5 to 53, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 6 to 51, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 7 to entry number 18, William Claflin of Devore Heights, California. 8 to 17, William Claflin. 9 to entry number 52, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Placing on the Corriedale class of pair yearling ewes, first place to entry to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 4 to William Claflin, Devore Heights, California.
We're getting into our senior ewe lambs, only 2 entries. So I think the ewe that wins for me, just a notch more complete. She's sounder in terms of her mouth at this point in time of her life. She's freer in the move. We've really got an exaggerated step here in the ewe that's going to be second. I think both very admirable in terms of their fleeces. We just got a notch more sheep. I think she balances. She's a little nicer up there through her front end than is our second place. But again, 2 nice ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the natural colored Cotswolds, first place to entry 56, Bear Hill 442, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second to entry 55, 441, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Now ready to show our junior ewe lambs, natural colored junior ewe lambs for the Cotswolds.
Another really neat set of females out here. Once again, I'll reach for that complete sheep, and the sheep that can moves about the ring very nice and easy, very straight down those lines. I like the foot size that this first place ewe has, and when you hand her, she's really straight down that top. She's good into that rump structure, and I talk about rump structure, and I think it makes a complete sheep whenever we can put all those things together. And then when we combine the fleece on this ewe lamb, it's pretty cool at that point too. I think the ewe that follows are most similar in type and kind is our next ewe, a ewe that's very fresh in her handle, maybe not as good into that rump structure. I like the way this ewe moves about the ring as well. Maybe doesn't have quite the foot size, but another really neat female. We get to our next ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that really catch my eye when she come out in the class. Once again, I'd like to square her up in that rump structure just a little bit. Tell you what, she'd be indestructible, I think, if we could do that to her. But a ewe lamb, when you part that fleece, you just fall in love with it. I think a yearling ewe that's going to be a super female next year. We get to our next ewe, probably the freshest peering ewe for me in the class. Really fresh in her movement. She moves out on a good set of feet and legs. I think she's given up a little natural thickness and a little bit extension up to the ewes above her, but a ewe that really fits in this certain position really nice, I think. Our next ewe, I like this ewe. I like her on her feet and legs when she stands there. I like her. When she gets to move, she wants to roll up on me a little bit. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. But I'll tell you, a ewe that we got to keep her in that top 5 just because of the feet that she's got and the fleeces that she carries. But a nice set of females. Congratulations to y'all.
We're coming into our junior ewe lambs here for the natural colored Cotswolds. Again, several females up here in the top of the class. You could work it any other way and be able to justify it. In my mind, I see that the lighter colored ewe is the most complete, really rugged in terms of her bone and her footwork. Big, substantial top. She appears to be a little heavier fronted. There's just a lot more fleece and fiber coming down off her neck into her brisket. Makes her just a little coarser up to her front end. That's just all wool. A very substantial kind of ewe. I can't do anything but put her first. Ewe that comes next in line, super long patterned, a different type of lock structure. She's a little denser in terms of her fleece, and going to shear a heavy kind of a fleece. It's not going to have quite as much individual lock structure when it actually hits the shearing floor, which is good because those locks aren't going to fall apart. It's just a different type, certainly within breed grade. Again, we're running out of some of the bone that we see in that ewe that's going to stand above her, and that really is the reason that she's going to stand here in second. Ewe that's going to come in third, we get considerably shorter in terms of our hind saddle. You look at her from the side, she gives up probably several inches to the two ewes that are going to stand ahead of her. Again, maybe if we could stouten her up just a notch, we could roll her up the road just a bit. Excuse me, the ewe that comes next in line, again, shorter in overall length. We appreciate the bone that she brings to us. She's a little shorter up to her front end, not quite as extended as the ewe that's going to stand here above her. Kind of a little give and take there. Then the ewe that rounds out our top 5, again, a long profiling kind of a female. She's got one back foot I really need to change in order to get her any higher in the class. Nice fleece about her. Again, we just need to change that structure.
Now ready for natural colored Cotswold pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please. Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Junior U Lamb class, first place to entry 63, Melissa HV 22, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to entry 59, Bear Hill 510, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. 3 to entry 61, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 4 to 60, Martha Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. 5 to 57, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 6 to entry 62, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 7 to entry 58, Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 8 to 64, Martha Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the natural colored Cotswold, first place to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 4 to William Claflin of Devore Heights, California. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe.
Again, as with the Ram show, not a whole lot of numbers out here for our female show in the colored division, but certainly, again, really good quality. I had the opportunity, the last year I did the Cotswolds, the champion colored ram went on to be the supreme champion ram of the show. So for a lot of quality here in this show, congratulations to y'all. There's a couple of females out here I like real well. I'm not going to take a whole lot more of time. Everybody wants to go to bed. Our champion will be our fall ewe lamb here. Congratulations. And our reserve will go right here to the yearling ewe. Congratulations.
Now ready for Best Fleece. Natural colored Cotswold Best Fleece, please. Grand Champion ewe goes to entry number 56. First place Senior ewe lamb, Bear Hill 442, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry number 50. First place Yearling ewe, South Fork 453, Pineywood Farms, Linda and Lindsay Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia.
our best fleece here for the natural colored. I think a couple of contenders, the ewe that wins and then our ewe that ended up being champion would be our reserve if we could do it. Maybe a little denser fleece in here, and the ewe that's our champion. I think we just got a notch nicer, more uniformity here in our eventual winner.
Check. In our late ewe lamb class, we've got some difference in types and kinds. I've got a pair I think it pulls together really nice for me. Once again, we're going to talk about that complete ewe lamb. A ewe lamb that maybe is not as long as our second place ewe. I like the foot size on this ewe. This ewe shows nothing but growth for me, and that's what I want to see in a late ewe lamb. I want to see that growth pattern. I want to see those some daylight underneath them. We don't need to have them. We don't need to have them conditioned at this time of the day. These ewe lambs need to grow and go on. And our ewe lamb, our next ewe lamb, granted she's a longer bodied ewe. I guess if I'd like put a bigger foot on her, if I'm going to change it, I'm big on liking the bone and the work with these sheep. I mean, we run some commercial ewes. We like to see some sheep that can move about the ring very free and easy and in the pasture as well. But a really nice pair of ewe lambs. I think they go together really nice for me. So does our next two ewe lambs. A ewe lamb that I did have in second. I like to change the dock set on this ewe lamb and lengthen her out a little bit to get above the other ewe, but I like the foot size on this ewe lamb as well. I like the way she moves about the ring. I think a ewe lamb that's very, very nice for our next year's project. We get to our next ewe lamb. She gets a little splayed in her top, or in her toes, in her front toes. Maybe not as square down that top. I like the way she handles in that fleece. I like the consistency that she has, but I just like to change that about her. Our next ewe lamb's either a pounds heavy ewe lamb in a class of ewe I'd like to change. I would like to take a little bit of that fat off her ribs right now, but for me, I like the length of body that she has. And congratulations to all you exhibitors. Nice set of ewe lambs.
Best fleece for the natural colored Cotswold Show went to entry 55 out of the senior ewe lamb class, 441. Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Now showing Young Flock. Young Flock for the Corriedales. We're ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the Corriedale ewe lamb class, first place to entry 59, Craig. 1525, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second to 58, Peters, 1516, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio. Third to entry 62, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 64, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to 61, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota. 6 to 60, Caitlin Wallace, Castown, Ohio. And 7 to 63, Peters Corriedales, Versailles, Ohio. The Corriedale Association has a memorial book to write tributes to Ruth Hartman at the Corriedale booth down at the booth displays at the north end of the ring. It will be sent to her family after the North American from all of her sheep friends and all the breeds here at the North American. So please take a moment and sign that book.
As we conclude our natural colored Cotswold show, again, it's been my pleasure to not only evaluate the colors, but the whites as well. I think we've got three really strong groups here. As we mix and match and bring pieces into these flocks, I think we just got more uniformity and overall power of the group that's going to stand here to my right to take this last class of the day. We'll go back over to my far left for a second and then end with the group here in third. But again, a really strong set all the way through. Congratulations to you exhibitors. It's good that you get the show on Monday and then you get to kind of hang out and enjoy the North American for the rest of the week before you go home and maybe give something that I've never really had the opportunity to do. But again, thank you for having me. Nice job. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Young Flock, first to Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey, second Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California, and third to Lindsay Watson at Bentonville, Arkansas. For the flock class, first place went to Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. Second and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And third in flock goes to Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. That does conclude your National Cotswold Show. Our judge has been Tor Sorensen of Missouri. Placing on the Corriedale class of pair ewe lambs. First place goes to Peters Corriedales versus Sales, Ohio. Second to Thomas Fraze of New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to Kin Brothers, Forest, Ohio. 5, Bruce Hoffman and family, Rockham, South Dakota.
Well, once again, we've got 4 nice females out here, and I think it gets pretty easy for me. I mean, to start picking these ewe lambs, I'm going to go with our first place ewe lamb from the first class. Really nice female. I like her a lot. Congratulations. Good job. I'm going to follow back with my late ewe lamb. I think there's a lot of future in this sheep. Congratulations.
Junior Champion U was